dependent on generator, and I'm very, very productive.
Let me introduce a new wave, we change the rules. A new app that you can use. Wanna change your life, then choose one bank. Save money and invest. Pay bills when you decide. Safe and secure for you when you need a loan. Request it. One bank for you, one bank for me. So chill and enjoy the ride. Stop the call and to count on it. One bank.
One Bank by Sterling. Open a current account and start transacting.
My name is Anthony Uwe, and I sell chicken and eggs for a living. Sterling Bank has supported us through the Sway Agri program. It's a very deliberate attempt of a traditional bank in Nigeria to support agriculture. A single-digit interest rate from a commercial bank in Nigeria is actually very applaudable. The financing actually was very good for us in expanding our capacity. Since when we got the financing, we're able to double our capacity to produce more for the market. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the market. Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway Agri program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity. Your dream can get better with Sterling Bank Sway Agri.
Nigeria, blessed with 82 million hectares of arable land. Only about 34 million hectares of this land is currently being cultivated. Surely, the potential in the agric space is vastly undertapped. To change this reality, finance will play a major role. Farmers in Nigeria have demonstrated capacity and are willing to do more, but getting access to affordable agri-financing is an uphill task. Meet Anthony, a poultry farmer in Bayelsa State. Like many other farmers in Nigeria, Anthony has so much capacity but can do very little. 138 kilometers away in Imo State, Prince, another farmer, faces similar challenges.
Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I find this one very okay for me.
We need to be plunged into the agribusiness. The downside to that is that entails a lot of funds, capital which we did not have.
Farming is a business. Unlike many other businesses, it needs capital. At Sterling Bank PLC, we believe that every Nigerian farmer deserves a chance. Over the years, we have developed a bouquet of specialized products and services for players within the agri-value chain. Now, farmers like Anthony, Prince, and many others have a fighting chance.
Since when we got the financing, we're able to double our capacity to produce more for the markets. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain and is democratized across from those who are supplying us inputs, they have more business to do. Those who are supplying us day-old chicks, they have more business. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the market.
Yeah, I benefited from the Sterling Bank Sway Agrifin Fund, and today I happen to run a cassava farm, about over 40 hectares actually, and as you can see, this is fully funded by Sterling Bank Sway Agrifin Fund.
The money I got from Sterling Bank has really impacted my business because I put more stocks in my business. If you can see, look right inside, there are more stocks.
With over 5 billion naira disbursed through the years, beneficiaries have seen results, improving their capacities, sometimes by more than 100%.
I think I find this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more.
Maybe we're able to supply 20–30% at best, even at peak period. Since we got the funds, we are able to do more than 80%.
Sterling Bank's affordable financing is a game changer. Having benefited from the funding, these beneficiaries want others to have a piece of the pie.
My advice to other agribusiness owners is that Sterling Bank is a very fantastic financial partner that they need to hold on to first. And secondly, once you have a marketable idea, Sterling Bank has a place for you.
I would advise them to partner with Sterling Bank because from our experience over the years, they are a bank that is after your growth, much more than just the funds that they can make. They have opportunities for trainings, and then they have conferences that brings you in contact with other stakeholders that are beneficial to your business.
You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agrifin. So this is a great opportunity for you, wherever you are, whatever you are doing. If you are into livestock, you are doing any kind of poultry business, I will urge you to go for Sway Agrifin.
Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway Agrifin program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity.
Sterling Bank remains committed to ensuring that affordable financing is no longer a problem for as many farmers as are willing to do more. This is because agriculture is at the heart of what we do at Sterling Bank PLC. We believe that there are several ways to solve our challenges. Agriculture and food security is a great place to start.
Your dream can get better with
Sterling Bank Sway
Agrifin.
Orúkọ mi ni Adébámíjí Ìdòwú. Ó tó bí 2 years ago tí mo ti mọ iléeṣẹ́ Poultry. Àwọn parents mi ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ bá wọn dòwò pọ̀, ó jẹ́ àwọn òbí mi, so tán jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ fún àwọn náà. But nísìn, èmi náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n, èmi náà ti di àgbẹ̀ wọn nínú àwọn ọ̀dọ́.
The Agripreneur initiative is a tripartite program organized by Poultry, Agric, and Nestle. Over time, we have seen that the farmers are getting old. Quite a number of them die every year, and so the numbers are reducing. And in order to create sustainability of our raw material strategy, we decided to encourage young agripreneurs, we call them agripreneurs, to cultivate cassava for us. Poultry actually produces starch and supply to Nestle, which they use in the production of various products. The project looked at age 18 to 35, young school leavers who basically can just read and write. So the farmers were taken through simple accounting procedures for bookkeeping to keep their accounts, training on agronomic practices, mechanization. They were given improved varieties, fertilizer and herbicides, 2 hectares each per farmer. And then we try to have about 40% of the total population to be ladies.
Nígbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú half acre. Mo dáko half acre. Half acre yẹn bí ká rí owó díẹ̀ ni tí kò tó jẹun. But nísìn mo ti ń dá 2 hectares. So 2 hectares tí mo dá lọ èyí tí mo dá lọ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ìgbà tí mo tu pákí yẹn tí mo tà fún iléeṣẹ́ Poultry. So gain tí mo rí mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run mo rí nǹkan gidi tí mo fi ṣe.
I can tell you confidently that I've started my degree through what I've realized from the nursing company because I have a good outcome from my farm because they give us fertilizer and they give us chemical. So of this thing help us to get a good outcome, and we cannot forget the nursing and the poultry, likewise the Agri company.
Rate of unemployment in Nigeria, of course, is increasing by the day. But if we are able to upscale this Agripreneur project, then we will have more young people going into cultivation of cassava or whichever crop we so choose. And this will take a lot of people off the road. Then we'll have less banditry, we'll have less kidnapping because, I mean, they'll be gainfully employed and they'll make legitimate money. This, I think, is a project that can scale up even at the national level and even for Africa as a whole.
Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ iléeṣẹ́ Nestle fún àtìlẹ́yìn fún lórí àwa ọ̀dọ́. Mo dúpẹ́ gidigidi lórí wọn.
My name is Oladejumoyiwa Moses. I thank the Nestle company for changing my life for better.
Orúkọ mi ni Adébámíjí Ìdòwú. Ó tó bí 2 years ago tí mo ti mọ iléeṣẹ́ Poultry. Àwọn parents mi ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ bá wọn dòwò pọ̀ tó jẹ́ àwọn òbí mi. So tán jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ fún àwọn náà. But nísìn èmi náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n. Èmi náà ti di àgbẹ̀ wọn nínú àwọn ọ̀dọ́.
The Agripreneur initiative is a tripartite program organized by Poultry, Agri, and Nestle. Over time, we have seen that the farmers are getting old. Quite a number of them die every year, and so the numbers are reducing. And in order to create sustainability of our raw material strategy, we decided to encourage young agripreneurs, we call them agripreneurs, to cultivate cassava for us. Poultry actually produces starch and supply to Nestle, which they use in the production of various products. The project looked at age 18 to 35, young school leavers who basically can just read and write. So the farmers were taken through simple accounting procedures for bookkeeping to keep their accounts, training on agronomic practices, mechanization. They were given improved varieties, fertilizer and herbicides, 2 hectares each per farmer. And then we try to have about 40% of the total population to be ladies.
Nígbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú half acre. Mo dáko half acre. Half acre yẹn bí ká rí owó díẹ̀ ni tí kò tó jẹun. But nísìn mo ti ń dá 2 hectares. So 2 hectares tí mo dá lọ èyí tí mo dá lọ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ìgbà tí mo tu pákí yẹn tí mo tà fún iléeṣẹ́ Poultry. So gain tí mo rí mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run mo rí nǹkan gidi tí mo fi ṣe.
I can tell you confidently that I've started my degree through what I've realized from the nursing company because I have a good outcome from my farm because they give us fertilizer and they give us chemical. instead of this thing help us to get a good outcome. And we cannot forget the nice seed and the sultry, likewise the Agri company.
Rate of unemployment in Nigeria, of course, is increasing by the day. But if we are able to upscale this Agripreneur project, then we will have more young people going into cultivation of cassava or whichever crop we so choose. And this will take a lot of people off the road. Then we'll have less banditry, we'll have less kidnapping, because I mean they'll be gainfully employed and they'll make legitimate money. This, I think, is a project that can scale up even at the national level and even for Africa as a whole.
Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ilé-iṣẹ́ Nestle fún àtìlẹ́yìn fún lórí àwa ọ̀dọ́. Mo dúpẹ́ gidigidi lórí wọn.
My name is Oladeji Muyiwa Moses. I thank the Nice company for changing my life for better.
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you,
but me, my baby. I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
My name is Prince Ugochukwu Iwajoku. I'm into livestock farming. The Sway Agri has really helped Bedet farm in a lot of ways. Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more. It's a very good opportunity for me. I'm really grateful that I have to key into this opportunity. You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agri. So this is a great opportunity for you. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, your dream can get better with Sway Agri.
My solar hybrid inverter is a 1.5 kVA set. It comes with 5 panels on my roof and 2 good batteries. The fact that I have 24 hours light every day of the week is extremely amazing. I don't know what it means to be in darkness anymore. So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.
Let me introduce a new wave, we change the rules. A new app that you can use. Wanna change your life, then choose one bank. Save money and invest. Pay bills when you decide. Safe and secure for you when you need a loan. Request it. One bank for you, one bank for me. So chill and enjoy the ride. Start to call and to count on it. One bank.
One Bank by Sterling. Open a current account and start transacting.
My name is Anthony Uwei, and I sell chicken and eggs for a living. Sterling Bank has supported us through the Sway Agri program. It's a very deliberate attempt of a traditional bank in Nigeria to support agriculture. A single-digit interest rate from a commercial bank in Nigeria is actually very applaudable. The financing actually was very good for us in expanding our capacity. Since when we got the financing, we were able to double our capacity to produce more for the market. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the markets. Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway Agri program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity. Your dream can get better with Sterling Bank Sway Agri.
Nigeria, blessed with 82 million hectares of arable land, only about 34 million hectares of this land is currently being cultivated. Surely, the potential in the agric space is vastly undertapped. To change this reality, finance will play a major role. Farmers in Nigeria have demonstrated capacity and are willing to do more, but getting access to affordable agri-financing is an uphill task. Meet Anthony, a poultry farmer in Bayelsa State. Like many other farmers in Nigeria, Anthony has so much capacity but can do very little. 138 kilometers away in Imo State, Prince, another farmer, faces similar challenges.
Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me.
We need to be plunged into the agribusiness. The downside to that is that entails a lot of funds, capital which we did not have.
Farming is a business. Unlike many other businesses, it needs capital. At Sterling Bank PLC, we believe that every Nigerian farmer deserves a chance. Over the years, we have developed a bouquet of specialized products and services for players within the agri-value chain. Now, farmers like Anthony, Prince, and many others have a fighting chance.
Since when we got the financing, we've been able to double our capacity to produce more for the market. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain and is democratized across from those who are supplying us input, they have more business to do. Those who are supplying us day-old chicks, they have more business. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the market.
Yeah, I benefited from the Sterling Bank Sway Agri Fund, and today I happen to run a cassava farm, about over 40 hectares actually, and as you can see, this is fully funded by Sterling Bank Sway Agri Fund.
The money I got from Sterling Bank has really impacted my business because I put more stocks in my business. If you can see, look right inside, there are more stocks.
With over 5 billion naira disbursed through the years, beneficiaries have seen results, improving their capacities, sometimes by more than 100%.
I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 or more.
So maybe we're able to supply 20-30% at best, even at peak period. Since we got the funds, we are able to do more than 80%.
Sterling Bank's affordable financing is a game changer. Having benefited from the funding, these beneficiaries want others to have a piece of the pie.
My advice to other agribusiness owners is that Sterling Bank is a very fantastic financial partner that they need to hold on to first. And secondly, once you have a marketable idea, Sterling Bank has a place for you.
I would advise them to partner with Sterling Bank because from our experience over the years, they are a bank that is after your growth, much more than just the funds that they can make. They have opportunities for trainings, and then they have conferences that brings you in contact with other stakeholders that are beneficial to your business.
You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agri. So this is a great opportunity for you, wherever you are, whatever you are doing. If you are into livestock, you are doing any kind of poultry business, I will urge you to go for Sway Agri.
Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway Agri program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity.
Sterling Bank remains committed to ensuring that affordable financing is no longer a problem for as many farmers as are willing to do more. This is because agriculture is at the heart of what we do at Sterling Bank PLC. We believe that there are several ways to solve our challenges. Agriculture and food security is a great place to start.
Your dream can get better with
Sterling Bank Sway
Agri.
Orúkọ mi ni Adébámidí Ìdòwú. Ó tó bí 2 years ago tí mo ti mọ iléeṣẹ́ Poultry. àwọn parents mi ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ bá wọn dòwò pọ̀ tó jẹ́ àwọn òbí mi so tán jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ fún àwọn náà but nísìn èmi náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n èmi náà ti di àgbẹ̀ wọn nínú àwọn ọ̀dọ́.
The Agripreneur initiative is a tripartite program organized by Poultry, Agric, and Nestle. Over time, we have seen that the farmers are getting old. Quite a number of them die every year, and so the numbers are reducing. And in order to create sustainability of our raw material strategy, we decided to encourage young agripreneurs, we call them agripreneurs, to cultivate cassava for us. Poultry actually produces starch and supply to Nestle, which they use in the production of various products. The project looked at age 18 to 35 young school leavers who basically can just read and write. So the farmers were taken through simple accounting procedures for bookkeeping to keep their accounts, training on agronomic practices, mechanization. They were given improved varieties, fertilizer and herbicides, 2 hectares each per farmer. And then we try to have about 40% of the total population to be ladies.
Nígbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú Africa. Mo dáko Africa. Africa yẹn bí ká rí owó díẹ̀ ni tí kò tó jẹun. But nísìn mo ti ń dá 2 hectares. So 2 hectares tí mo dá lọ èyí tí mo dá lọ mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Ìgbà tí mo tú pákí yẹn tí mo tà fún iléeṣẹ́ Poultry. So gates mo rí mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run mo rí nǹkan gidi tí mo fi ṣe.
I can tell you confidently that I've started my degree through what I've realized from the Nice company because I have a good outcome from my farm because they give us fertilizer and they give us chemical. So of this thing help us to get a good outcome, and we cannot forget the Nice and the Poultry, likewise the Agri company.
Rate of unemployment in Nigeria, of course, is increasing by the day. But if we are able to upscale this Agripreneur project, then we will have more young people going into cultivation of cassava or whichever crop we so choose. And this will take a lot of people off the road. Then we'll have less banditry, we'll have less kidnapping because, I mean, they'll be gainfully employed and they'll make legitimate money. This, I think, is a project that can scale up even at the national level and even for Africa as a whole.
Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ iléeṣẹ́ Nestle fún àtìlẹ́yìn fún lórí àwa ọ̀dọ́. Mo dúpẹ́ gidigidi lórí wọn.
My name is Oladeji Muyiwa Moses. I thank the Nice company for changing my life for better.
every angle, from every view. Forever my baby, I'll always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture. It's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you. Day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby, I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
My name is Prince Ugochukwu. I'm into livestock farming. The Sway Agri has really helped Brothers Farm in a lot of ways. Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more. It's a very good opportunity for me. I'm really grateful that I have to key into this opportunity. You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agri. So this is a great opportunity for you. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, your dream can get better with Sway Agri.
My solar breed inverter is a 1.5 kVA set. It comes with 5 panels on my roof and 2 good batteries. The fact that I have 24 hours light every day of the week is extremely amazing. I don't know what it means to be in darkness anymore. So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.
Let me introduce a new wave, we change the rules. A new app that you can use. Wanna change your life, then choose one bank. Save money and invest. Pay bills when you decide. Safe and secure for you when you need a loan. Request it. One bank for you, one bank for me. So chill and enjoy the ride. Stop the call and to count on it. One bank.
One Bank by Sterling. Open a current account and start transacting.
My name is Anthony Uwei, and I sell chicken and eggs for a living. Sterling Bank has supported us through the Sway Agri program. It's a very deliberate attempt of a traditional bank in Nigeria to support agriculture. A single-digit interest rate from a commercial bank in Nigeria is actually very applaudable. The financing actually was very good for us in expanding our capacity. Since when we got the financing, we were able to double our capacity to produce more for the markets. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the markets. Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway Agri-financing program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity. Your dream can get better with Sterling Bank Sway Agri-financing.
Nigeria, blessed with 82 million hectares of arable land. Only about 34 million hectares of this land is currently being cultivated. Surely, the potential in the agric space is vastly undertapped. To change this reality, finance will play a major role. Farmers in Nigeria have demonstrated capacity and are willing to do more, but getting access to affordable agri-financing is an uphill task. Meet Anthony, a poultry farmer in Bayelsa State. Like many other farmers in Nigeria, Anthony has so much capacity but can do very little. 138 kilometers away in Imo State, Prince, another farmer, faces similar challenges.
Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I find this one very okay for me.
We need to be plunged into the agribusiness. The downside to that is that entails a lot of funds, capital which we did not have.
Farming is a business, and like many other businesses, it needs capital. At Sterling Bank PLC, we believe that every Nigerian farmer deserves a chance. Over the years, we have developed a bouquet of specialized products and services for players within the agri-value chain. Now, farmers like Anthony, Prince, and many others have a fighting chance.
Since when we got the financing, we're able to double our capacity to produce more for the markets. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain and is democratized across from those who are supplying us input, they have more business to do. Those who are supplying us day-old chicks, they have more business. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the market.
Yeah, I benefited from the Sterling Bank Sway Agri-financing fund, and today I happen to run a cassava farm, about over 40 hectares actually, and as you can see, this is fully funded by
testing for all the year. Okay, that's all. That's all right. That's fine.
Proving their capacities, sometimes by more than 100%.
I think I find this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity, Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more.
Maybe we're able to supply 20-30% at best, even at peak period. Since we got the funds, we are able to do more than 80%.
Sterling Bank's affordable financing is a game changer. Having benefited from the funding, these beneficiaries want others to have a piece of the pie.
My advice to other agribusiness owners is that Sterling Bank is a very fantastic financial partner that they need to hold on to first. And secondly, once you have a marketable idea, Sterling Bank has a place for you.
I would advise them to partner with Sterling Bank because from our experience over the years, they are a bank that is after your growth, much more than just the funds that they can make. They have opportunities for trainings, and then they have conferences that brings you in contact with other stakeholders that are beneficial to your business.
You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway AgFin. So this is a great opportunity for you, wherever you are, whatever you are doing. If you are into livestock, you are doing any kind of poultry business, I will urge you to go for Sway AgFin.
Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway AgFin program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity.
Sterling Bank remains committed to ensuring that affordable financing is no longer a problem for as many farmers as are willing to do more. This is because agriculture is at the heart of what we do at Sterling Bank PLC. We believe that there are several ways to solve our challenges. Agriculture and food security is a great place to start.
Your dream can get better with
Sterling Bank Sway
AgFin.
Orúkọ mi ni Adébámíjí Ìdòwú. Ó tó bí 2 years ago tí mo ti mọ iléeṣẹ́ Poultry. Àwọn parents mi ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ bá wọn dòwò pọ̀, ó jẹ́ àwọn òbí mi, so tán jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ fún àwọn náà. But nísìn, èmi náà mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run pé mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n, èmi náà ti di àgbẹ̀ wọn nínú àwọn ọ̀dọ́.
The Agripreneur initiative is a tripartite program organized by Poultry, Agric, and Nestle. Over time, we have seen that the farmers are getting old. Quite a number of them die every year, and so the numbers are reducing. And in order to create sustainability of our raw material strategy, we decided to.
Good morning, we are back. Good morning, thank you for joining us. It's the 5th edition of Agriculture Summit Africa, and the theme this time around is engineering the $1 trillion agriculture economy. Okay, if you were part of this event yesterday, you had a good time, I'm sure. And I hope you kept certain notes for you to go back to as reference. I am Tolu Ojeumi. I'm a senior news anchor here in Lagos, Nigeria. And I'm your host, the moderator for today again. So let's have a quick recap of what you had yesterday. The chairman set the tone when he gave his speech, and that was marvelous. The chairman told us about having to eliminate the country's reliance on import, as that's doing so much damage to our foreign reserves, then unlocking the value chain potential and privilege, also achievable technology to do this, to achieve this, a possibility of establishing another layer. I really loved that. The possibility of establishing another layer of value beyond import and export. That really got me. The possibility of establishing another layer of value beyond import and export. So we don't just limit agriculture to import and export, buying and selling. There are a whole lot to achieve with agriculture, and that's why we're having this event. We had 2 panel discussions yesterday. The first one was on import substitution, unlocking growth in the era of value chain finance. Import substitution, unlocking growth in the era of value chain finance. And that was really robust, really robust. The second one was maximizing agricultural productivity through sustainable means. Maximizing agricultural productivity through sustainable means. That was another great session there. That was the second one. Yesterday was packed. I hope you're ready for today again. We have 2 sessions for you today again, 2 panel discussions. The first one is going to be on disruptive technology and agriculture. That's a convergence of innovation. Disruptive technology and agriculture. We cannot make agriculture business as usual. Something has to be done differently. Insanity has been said to be doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. So we've got to have some disruption. Let's tweak certain things here and there. Let's tweak our methods. Let's tweak our operations here and there. From production to distribution to even government policies. We have to make the government accountable for what we achieve in agriculture. And I do believe that there's going to be a communique, at least a position paper at the end of this event, such that the government can take us even more seriously. Disruptive technology and agriculture, a convergence of innovation. And then the second one, agro-commodities, trades and exchange, the path to a valuable future. Agro-commodities, trades and exchange, the path to a valuable future. That's amazing. Let me get out of your way. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's have a video recap of what we had yesterday and then get some messages from our partners. Enjoy.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Commissioner, Captains of Industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once again, on behalf of the board, leadership, and staff of our bank, I am honored and delighted to welcome you to this year's edition of the Agriculture Summit Africa, otherwise known as ASA. I welcome you all to the Agricultural Summit Africa 2022, and I thank you for joining us on this journey towards engineering a $1 trillion agricultural economy. Thank you for listening. God bless our country.
Must change. It just must change. And who says we can't use the current tomato to make tomato puree? It's a big lie. I'm a back and it's a big lie. It can be used. It's just because we want to do copy and paste most of the time. We don't want to do work to be able to arrive at it. I think that this has to change if we must make major stride in manufacturing, in development, in research. It must change. We must change the way we do policies, and it must be real-time policies, driven, tested. I mean, the people must understand, the policy makers must know this thing, we can defend it.
Investment, then it's reversed. It's right, like when you have the inflation curve, that's the wrong way, right? So equity investors are supposed to be willing to tolerate more risk. They are supposed to be willing to go up and down with the company. That's why they're supposed to be able to enjoy profits. But profits in farming oftentimes might take, if it's a sustainable, to your point, and to the language of this panel, if it's a sustainable business, it could take up to 10 years to turn a profit. And the question is there capital out there that's really patient enough to do that?
Sunana Rita Sule daga Kuduru. Ina mai godiya ga wannan kamfani na bunƙasar manoma, musamman ga su CBN waɗanda suka yi tunani na kawo mana wannan kamfani. Gaskiya muna masu farin ciki domin ta wurin wannan kamfani mun gode, yaranmu suna samun ci gaba na ilimi, mu kuma mun samu dama muna walwala kamar sauran jama'a, babu dama mu je roƙo a wurin wani. Muna mai cewa mun gode ma wannan kamfani, Allah ya sa mata albarka.
In kare mutunci na da ‘ya'yana da dangina da sauran bukatar rayuwa ta wannan duniyar. Gaskiya alhamdulillah mun ga karuwa yadda ya kamata, mun ga canji mai kyau a harkar noman da muke yanzu. Domin da ba ma yin ma noman masara musamman, amma zuwan wannan kamfanoni ya sa yanzu noman masara muke, kuma muna ganin ci gaba. Abubuwan da muke sun samu canji mai yawa. Canji kamar abubuwan da muke noma da baka hike ka noma buhu 15 ko 20, yanzu kana yin kamar buhu 50 ko 70 ko 100, muna noma har 150.
manomi ne wanda shekara 20 baya mun taso mun ga yadda iyayenmu suke noma, yanayin shan wahala da ake yi, kama daga nemo taki, shi kanshi takin sai an yi nisa kamun a samo shi. To zuwan wa'annan kamfani mun ji daɗi domin ya kawo mana nesa kusa. Takinmu ya zamana ana kawo mana shi har gida, sannan bugu da ƙari kuma shi kanshi amfanin ana siyan shi da daraja fiye da a wancan lokaci, wanda idan ana sai da masara a kamfani naira 15,000, mu 'yan kasuwanmu suna sayan shi naira 5,000 ne a hannu. To amma sakamakon zuwan wannan kamfani ya zama mun yi direct, ya haɗa mu da shi, yana siyan kayanmu da daraja, sannan yana ba mu takin da muke shan wahala wajen nemo shi, yana ba mu shi a farashi mai sauki, ana kawo mana shi har gida.
Ina jin daɗin wannan ƙungiya ta bunƙasar manoma. Gaskiya tana taimaka talaka da yawa, yadda abubuwa da ake tasowa game da mu 'ya'yan mata musamman masu 'ya'ya, hidimar da mu da mazan da duk tare muke, muna sa su a cikin musamman 'ya'ya suna son ilimi. In ilimin nan ya taso ba abin yi to ga yanzu bunƙasa ta zo ta taimake mu, muna jin daɗin ayyuka
da muna zaune ne haka ba aikin yi, kasancewar da noman ma da muke yi sabida da karancin kayayyakin noma ya kasance noman baya fita. Amma yanzu zuwan wannan kamfani gaskiya babu abin da za mu ce musu sai dai godiya, sannan kuma muna musu fatan alheri, Allah ya kuma ƙara bunƙasa su kamar yadda mu ma suke taimaka mana. Gaskiya ban taɓa yin amfani da ya tsallake buhu 20 ba, amma zuwan wannan bunƙasar manoma ba da na karɓi hekta ɗaya na gwada, har ga Allah abinda na samu wajen buhu 55 ne a hekta ɗaya, wanda na kai musu buhu 20 sun dawo mu kuma da kuɗi na ji daɗi, na samu kuma kuɗi mai yawa.
Sakamakon taki da muka samu bana mai kyau da iri mai kyau, dama abin da ke wahalar da manomi ke na rashin taki ya zo ya noma ya dace kai ruwa ko ba da sake dawowa ba sai lokaci ya yi shekara. Amma alhamdulillah mun yi na amfani da kamfani da ya mana tare da tallafin bankin ƙasa CBN, wanda suka tattari haɗa kai suka ba mu taki mai kyau, mun yi amfani da shi ya matuƙa don a ƙasar nan gaba ɗaya ni dai baka taki kai kuma na taki. Domin Allah mun ji daɗi iya matuƙa tun da ta kai ga gonanmu, idan fatan samun iyali na su ma su dara su san nayi noma kullum in zo an dinga kawo masu cefane mai kyau a ci a sha. Gwamnati ta sa hannu tare da kamfani mai kyau, su sun haɗa kansu, manomi ya da.
Ni ne mai suna Rahab Bayero, ina godiyan bunƙasa yadda su kawo mana iri, da ba ma yin noma, amma yanzu da suka kawo mana taimako gashi muna noma, sun koya mana yadda za mu yi shuki, yadda za mu tafiyar da abincinmu. Ina nuna wa Central Bank of Nigeria godiya da ƙungiyar bunƙasa, ina ce musu mun gode.
Ni manomi ne sama da shekara 10. A takaice dai noma shi ne abin da muka gada iyaye da kakanni. Shekarun baya iyayenmu sun fuskanci matsaloli da dama akan harkar noma, wanda cikin ikon ubangiji da yardar Allah zuwan wannan banki da kuma ita wannan kamfani abubuwa da dama sun canza. Matsalolin da muka fuskanta a baya shine karancin kayan aiki da kuma karancin kuɗaɗe wanda za mu yi amfani gona da shi. Zuwa wannan kamfani da wannan banki abubuwa sun canza, suna ba mu taki, su ba mu iri da kuma maganin feshi da sauransu. Sannan abu mafi muhimmanci sun koya mana yadda za mu yi harkar noma. Da shuka muna sa buhu, mun ga hidima muna bari, amma zuwa wannan kamfani da wannan banki sun nuna mana yadda za mu yi shuka aƙalla iri muna sa kwara ɗaya a rayu zuwa 2. Sunana Nuhu Usman, go local government Kaduna State Askewar. Kana ba mu taki daidai bakin gwargwado da ya kamata kuma taki alhamdulillah yana da kyau. Domin da idan muka yi noma a shatta ɗaya mukan samu masara abin da ya kama buhu 20 zuwa 25. A yi maka auki ka samu 30. Amma alhamdulillah shigo wannan kungiya ta bunƙasa kana ba mu takin da muke noma shatta ɗaya mukan samu masara buhu 40 sama da haka. Kaga wannan an samu ci gaba. Hakan ne ya samu ko da koyaushe muna nuna.
They come to the system, they advise us how to plant a seed in our farms. So with the help of them and advising us to plant from the beginning of the farming, we understand that we are making progress in our farming and how to apply our fertilizers and rest, and we used to see the progress.
Food is critical to your existence, but where does it come from? Where does your food come from? It comes from them. At Thrive Agric, our vision is to build an Africa that feeds herself and the world. We are passionate about food security, and we believe that smallholder farmers are key to unlocking our continent's unrivaled food production potential. But these primary food producers face three major challenges: access to finance to purchase quality farm inputs like seeds, fertilizers, and crop protection products; access to contemporary and data-driven farming best practices to get the best yield at the end of the farming season; and access to local and global markets where they can get the best prices for their produce after harvest. This is where we come in. Our work at Thrive Agric is focused on solving these three problems using technology. We link smallholder farmers to capital in form of input financing and services. We provide them with tailored data-driven advisory, training, and development throughout the farming season. And we make available post-harvest services and connect them directly to local and global markets for their commodities. Oh, and when we say using technology, we mean our technology, an agricultural operating system, AOS, built to enable and enhance several agricultural processes, such as capturing farmer data during onboarding, identifying coordinates and measuring farmland size during farm mapping, calculating adequate farmer input required during input distribution, tracking crop growth and progress during field monitoring, and managing inventory of commodities received at harvest, including storage, sales, and shipment to off-takers. Our mission is simple. We want to build the largest network of profitable farmers across Africa, ensuring there's always food for all.
Na ɗan sa maka ruwa kamar irin na sayi mashin haka da nake hawa ba ni yake hawa ma barawa nake ake mun a saba da shi haka nake samun abin da zan yi da abin nan in na tsoro sai har kai da ruwa ba tare da na je wajen wannan na kai kaina wajen abin nan ba.
This means helping smallholder farmers gain improved livelihoods to promote a sustainable structure for more commercial than subsistence farming. So, where does your food come from? Now you know. And just like the food we bring you, we're keeping our brand fresh and focused on building an Africa that feeds herself and the world. Thrive Agric, enabling agriculture first for the farmer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that message. Okay, we move straight to our first panel discussion for today, which is technically the third panel session for the event, and that's disruptive technology. Okay, they were trying to disrupt my introduction. Disruptive technology and agriculture, a convergence of innovation. Disruptive technology and agriculture, a convergence of innovation. The moderator and lead discussant is Haragbai Ayo Otokai. Then the panelist, Femi Aiku. Femi Aiku will be joining us virtually. We also have Dr. Olushola Obikoye is here in person. Jahil Oliver is joining virtually. Sandy Ayal, and that's represented by Paul Dotun. Olisa Maxwell, Victoria Modedor, also, is she here? Okay, thank you. Then Odoye Confidence. Disruptive technology and agriculture, a convergence of innovation. Let's jump right in.
So, good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's panel session. The panel session will be on disruptive technologies and Agric, a convergence of innovation. Okay. To start, let me use this time to introduce my panel guests. Let me start with Mr. Alistair Maxwell, the country leader and director for the country team lead Nigeria and Egypt for the International Fertilizer Development Center. He's also into exclusive business, marketing systems, and food systems experts with over 10 years of experience. Welcome, Mr. Maxwell.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Next on our panel is Mr. Odenye Confidence, founder, CEO of BitDrone. Mr. Confidence studied civil engineering at the Yaba College of Technology, where he started his first venture at the age of 15, which he co-founded with his elder brother. And the name of the venture was called Download Village. Download Village was created due to the ever-growing demand for music, video, and game application on feature phones. Way back, internet subscription was expensive for the average income earner to have. Since then, Mr. Confidence has gone to start Transzelu Technology Limited, a company that saw the support of UUBO, Aldo Makuri, Daniel Opereson, and other organizations. So welcome, Mr. Confidence, to this session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Victoria Madedor, a PhD. She's an agribusiness expert. Sorry, let me just... So she's an agribusiness expert and a co-founder Agri-Verified. She's an experienced business development consultant with a focus on the agricultural sector and currently group head business development at BOI Investment and Trust Company, a subsidiary of the Bank of Industry. While venturing her time as a mentor, Google Accelerator Launchpad, she's also Lagos State government, also on the Lagos State Ready Set Work program, also on the International Business Accelerator Board, and also on the Lagos State Ministry of Health. Welcome, Victoria.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we have Mr. Paul Dotun. He's the Director of Operations, Crop Eats. He'll be representing the founder of Crop Eats, Sandy Ayal. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Eragbai Udohai. I work for Microsoft as an account executive for the financial sector. I have a quick presentation to make just so that we set the foundation of technology. Can you please share my slides? Okay. Okay, welcome back. We also have two more panelists online. We have Mr. Jalil Oliver, the founder, CEO of Hello Tractor. Welcome. And we have Mr. Femi Aiki, CEO and co-founder of Footlocker, also online. Okay?
Thank you.
Good. Welcome, welcome. I think I can quickly go ahead to the presentation, please. Thank you. I'll try not to spend too much time here. I think the time is about our panel guests here. But I just wanted to talk a bit about what Microsoft does from the innovative position. For Microsoft, we look at technology as the art of the possible. So there's no fixed solution. Is to continue to evolve and see how we can resolve solutions. Resolve problems, sorry, with solutions. Can I have the next slide, please? So we have a big problem, okay? It is estimated that by 2050, there will be 10 billion people in the whole world. And all these people need to be fed, including myself. So looking at it from a farmer's, the global challenge facing agriculture, we have a farmer's livelihood. 65% of the global working poor works in agriculture, means most of the farms we have these days are small scale. 44% of global population live in rural communities, and 60 is the average age of farmers globally. So you have very few people that are actually, very few people of younger age in farming, since we have, most of them are 60 years old and above. For food production, 1% yield increase since the 1990s, meaning we've not really improved in the yield of production globally. And these are global stats, by the way. They are not localized. 7% more food needed to grow on less land while minimizing environmental impact. As I already said, we're going to be seeing world population go to over 10 billion by 2050, so this is very important. And 1/3 of the food produced globally is either lost or wasted. And this is a big challenge. From the environmental side, we have 40% of Earth's surface used for agriculture, which is good. 70% global fresh water is used for that, which is a lot, considering that fresh water quality and quantity is shrinking by the day due to global warming, and 10% greenhouse emissions right now. Can I have the next slide? So, challenges facing the farm. From the farm's operation perspective, you have most agri-tech solutions are point solutions that silo the data collected. So you have a perspective of people seeing the information coming from Agric as silos. They're only seeing their own perspective, and it's affecting the visibility of what the information and insight that can be gotten. Most agri-tech solutions focus on herd and field levels. Urban versus rural cultural challenges heightened by social media. On the finance side, we have rise of income inputs and rise of input costs, while yields have stagnated since the 1980s, which I had said in my earlier slide. Large banks focus on loans secured by assets, not business plans. And I think this has been addressed even coming from yesterday's session. No common data model for agriculture or financial applications. And we're having soil degradation, water runoff, and waste management. Next slide, please. So we have 40% of rural homes globally do not have access to broadband. This is increasing, of course, with the spread of the internet. Then we have out-migration, what we locally term as the Japa syndrome here in Nigeria, where we're having brain drain and movement of younger people out of the communities where this farming is actually happening. Jobs that are vulnerable to automation are likely to be found in rural areas. Of course, in those rural areas, you have the challenge of health and managing, and we had said that most of these farmers are 60 or average the age of 60 years. And of course, there's an education factor that does not help them even become more knowledgeable in this industry. Next slide, please. So, some of those business challenges that we have touched on, the siloed data. Consumer demand is changing. Perspective to what the expectation of what should come from the farms is changing. The taste is changing. what the accountability of everybody within the value chain is changing. And then there's the opaque supply chain, not having that visibility. The next generation for us, we already said most of the young people in this space are moving away from farming, they're going to other things. So we have older people in that space, and so in the next couple of years, we'll be having a shortfall of nobody farming, and we need more food. And then there's the general environmental issues of emissions, land usage, we talked about erosion, water usage, and then there's the regulatory pressures of different regulations in different regions causing a bit of conflict and different views to how we should manage agriculture. Next slide. Now, going to the technological aspect. Technology has significantly impacted Agric, and there are 10 agri-trends. First one is Internet of Things. The ability has improved for farmers to actually have more visibility into their farmlands by using sensors that pick up different information, different data, and then transmit and speak to each other to create information that is actionable. Then you have artificial intelligence that take all this data, crunch them, and bring out better information. Then you have precision agriculture that's going into the farmlands, understanding the terrain, that actually makes sure that you optimize your inputs, the level of water usage, that measures the moisture of the soil, in terms of the amount of fertilizer that you should use, or even pesticides, what area of the land all this should be administered. So all that go into helping agriculture from a technological space. They have biotech. We're having seedlings that have been recycled, over 10 times, and we know that as you continue to plant this, it will not give you the best yield. So we have biotech that has continued to improve on that aspect. Then you have robotics. This is particularly for the large farms and the large Agric owners, where a lot of the job they do is quite routine. So they are able to leverage robotics. You have machines that leveraging artificial intelligence that actually are manned automatically. Then you have drones, having real visibility into these farms, giving them, because part of the manual work that done by these 60-year-olds is walking maybe 7 kilometers from their homes to their farms. When I was a child, I did that with my grandmother, and we would walk, I can estimate that now, about 5 kilometers to where her farmland is. But with drones, you're able to actually monitor those lands and collect data, because most of those drones are mounted with different sensors and cameras that capture information. You have big data that is able to collect information from different sources and make sense out of it. Then you have controlled environment agriculture. With this, we are able to leverage agriculture in areas where it would not have been possible. Maybe in a desert or where the weather is a bit harsh. You have the farm in a controlled environment where you can control the light, the humidity, to ensure that you have the optimal yield. Then you have the regenerative agriculture, what I would call, in my primary school, Agric, shifting cultivation kind of thing, to ensure that you are able to maximize whatever assets you have and leverage on it. And then you have the connectivity technology. These days we have all the telcos tell us about 5G. All of this will always also enhance the ability of technology to impact agriculture. Of all this, you have Internet of Things and robotics that are impacting agriculture significantly now, but as we go, we'll continue to see more trends. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I said, from the Microsoft perspective, we'll try to look at things from the art of the possible. What are the issues? How can we help out from the knowledge and the technical know-how that we have. Interestingly, I think the only thing that puts me on this seat to be able to talk to my esteemed panelists here is because I must not miss any meal on any day. I don't have an Agric background. I'm an accountant, so even from the technological space is there, but there's the interest to ensure that we are all able to survive going forward and generationally. So looking at it, and from the trends that I explained earlier, we're looking at different touch points at how it affects the farms. And if you look at the movement from the value chain from where you plant, you have the GIS and the drones-based aerial imagery to plan the farming activities, to know where to go. If it's cattle you're rearing, to know where the cattle is. If there's any loss, you can be able to trace it and find it. Going down the map, you have the variable sowing of seeds in different areas of the field based on water source, soil, fertility, humidity, as the case may be. You're leveraging where you see, based on the land, the quality of the land, where you should put the seeds, and this is to maximize yield. And therefore, you have connected field equipment for planning of equipment movement, predictive maintenance of equipment and machinery, as the case may be, variable application of farm inputs, and crop protection based on sensor and data. Harvest planning through analyzing of weather data, and this is leveraging information you've picked up from the sensors. This is leveraging AI to predict weather conditions, to know when to harvest, to know what the demand and supply in the market will be, just so that for the farmers to protect their own income, you can leverage this information also. And then there's fleet-enabled IoT and climate control for supply of produce. Next slide, please. I'll move a bit faster just so that we can focus on our panelists. So we have all the technology and the way the impact Agric has been divided into 4 pillars. We have precision engineering with different use, precision agriculture with different use cases underneath it, such as variable application, smart irrigation, knowing what the moisture of the soil is, and knowing that you should not be watering the plants at that point in time, so that you do not, they don't lose nutrients at that point in time. Yield monitoring, and then you have another pillar, connected livestock, for heat monitoring to ensure that that's the time at the point in time where you have the cows, or as the case may be, to be able to produce health management of the cows, to manage the diseases and predict different diseases that these cows might have, and herd management. Connected field services, you have the predictive maintenance of the equipment, fleet management, autonomous driving vehicles. Harvest management is the final pillar. So harvest planning, weather risk management, supply chain management, markets analytics. Let's move to the next slide, please. Let's skip this. Skip it. So we are moving to a situation where the agriculture can be seen as digital farming. That is fully leveraging on technology to combine the community, the farmer, the value chain, to be able to bring a situation where the entire supply chain of agriculture is yielding returns. From a farming automation perspective, leveraging AI, ensuring you're able to predict the weather, monitoring the facility, using the drones like we spoke about, then leveraging that to give you digital offerings and be able to support the farmers from even increase in labor and providing more jobs. And then finally, financial services and financial management, which speaks directly to some of the challenges the farmers have, where they now have the information to provide to the financial institutions to be able to get facilities and loans to grow their products. Next slide, please. Okay. So there are some questions that will come to the mind, and these are what if questions. What if the farmer could automate and improve farm techniques to minimize need of fertilizers, pesticides, and other harmful chemicals while optimizing crop yields? What if it was possible to monitor and manage processes on farms remotely to make them more sustainable and profitable? For example, selecting the right crop variety, adopting the best management strategies, avoiding unexpected equipment failures. And then what if we could minimize external influences on farm operations, from the weather to the market, by combining both farm data with external information to know the best time to harvest, manage weather risks, forecast consumer demand, optimize storage, minimize spillage, and improve overall profitability. Next slide. I will rush through the rest of the slides now, but basically these are some of the examples of interaction Microsoft has had from a global level to support different organizations. Land Oaks, for instance, is an organization that came to Microsoft. They had an issue in terms of, they make butter, they're a global company. They came to Microsoft and they had issues. Then, next slide, so I can speak to that a bit more. Next slide, please. Good. So basically the solution was around ensuring that they were able to water during the winter in the Western world. What happens is most of the water and the lakes freeze up. So they had issues with water management, and this was a big input into the cows and the land that supply the products that they make. So leveraging different technology points, working with Microsoft, from the IoT to advanced analytics to AI and machine learning, we're able to look at and combine all of this to resolve their problem. What was interesting to me when I was analyzing this was the mixed reality part of it, where Microsoft was able to help the farmer remotely, such that the farmer can see his entire farm, know where there are issues, and plug them from just sitting in his home or wherever he may be, using mixed reality devices. So let's have next slide, please. Let's have the next slide, the same thing. Okay, so this was also a similar issue. This was a company in New Zealand, so Waterforce. They had 7% of the world's available freshwater. Agriculture uses 7% of the world available freshwater. And demand is expected to increase by 55%, like I said, as a result of the number of human beings that are going to be in the world in the next 3 decades. Intense logistics are required to pump water up steep terrain and track usage to water crops needed to feed the cattle in the winter, similar to the other company. So what was done was a next generation IoT applications with new advanced analytics, enabled maintenance and trained solutions with the Microsoft HoloLens. That was the device I was talking about before. Empowered industrial operators to interact with situations and environments to help make decisions. So what are the benefits? They preserve 10% of water resources in the first year, increase energy savings up to 50% in the first season, analyze spot prices to perform pumping when energy is at its cheapest. Next slide, please. Okay, this is another company, Mars. So what was the challenge on Mars? So the increasingly connected world has given rise to larger and more complex supply chain and socially conscious consumers who want to know that the product they buy are produced responsibly. Solution Mars Food is leading the way to sustainable food production by using Transparency One supply chain software which is a solution, is a platform to monitor its global rice supply chain. So results using Transparency One, which runs on Microsoft Azure, Mars Food can closely track its food supply chain and give customers instant insight into where and how their rice are grown. I think I started by one of the things happening now is that we have our consumers and customers are more aware. They have demands and they trust only those brands that are actually transparent or actually compliant to certain rules that have been laid down. And more companies are having challenges on how to show this. So this is a platform to help a company like Mars and other regional companies that want to do such. Next slide, please. Okay, Kagome is another company in Australia. They are into tomato. So they manufacture about 40 to 35 tons, 35,000 to 40,000 tons of tomato paste every year. For them, they also have challenges. So, but they were able to leverage Microsoft's IoT and Azure to manage aspects of the tomato product supply chain, from field harvesting to factory delivery to plant processing and shipments to customers. But the interesting thing is, as a result of this partnership, the return on investment is estimated to be approximately 500% in the first season alone. There was a video attached, but I think I'll have an issue with that, so let's move on. So this is in India, and it's interesting that, like in Nigeria, we've adopted new technology, telephones, so it's able to support the farmers. What do they use these telephones to do? It helps them with precision farming that I've spoken about before, planting decisions, understanding the weather, sowing dates, pest alerts, price forecasts to help them price their products appropriately. And even from some planting advisory. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is just showing you schematics of how Microsoft goes around taking information of different farms, and they are able to simulate and predict based on the data gathered and leveraging AI and big data to crunch information and give back insights. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a Bula. Let me use this as a final example with some of the things Microsoft have done from a technology perspective. They have, so the challenge is the lack of connectivity, transparency, traceability in the food supply chain, which causes food waste, inefficiency, and risk of contaminated crops. So what they have seen is that as soon as they remove these products from the soil, about 25% of it is already contaminated, and this is a big issue for the organization. So what did they do? So Bula and Microsoft developed a blockchain strategy using multi-layer QR code labels to track grains and ensure it's handled according to regulations. Augmented physical machines with AI-enabled inside platforms work to enable all grain processes are toxin-free. So basically what it does is, once these grains have been packaged, they are able to leverage AI and QR codes to ensure that from that point on to the point where it gets to the final end user, the handling is properly done to ensure that it is toxin-free. So it's a very important solution to ensure they are compliant, to ensure that they do not poison the end users, which would be a big problem. So benefits they got was to digitally verify that all grains are handled compliantly as they move through the supply chain, providing transparency to each counterparty through a shared ledger. In this case, they leveraged on blockchain, and so as all the people that are within the blockchain have visibility on how the rice is moving through the different stages. So no manipulation, there's transparency, and then they can monitor and ensure that everything is done compliantly. So they can access any contamination and alert all parties in real time to avoid public safety issues. Next slide. So this is just the value chain, showing you how, from the point they harvest, how it is transported. Like I said, 25% of the grains are lost due to toxins from get-go, and that is a big problem. So they need to ensure that it is not passed on to the different layers as it goes through the value chain. So there's a visibility to all the parties, seeing that it is well handled and there are no problems with it. Next slide, please. So it's difficult to talk about agriculture without talking about sustainability because they are all tied in. We said that part of the issues that Agric is having is the fact that we're having situations with global warming. We have our fresh water that is receding. We're having loss of arable lands. So there's no way that we can be successful with agriculture and we're not looking at sustainability. So I'll just touch a bit on this from Microsoft's perspective. Next slide, please. So for Microsoft, we have been carbon neutral since 2013, but part of the commitment Microsoft has made is that we'll be carbon negative by 2030, water positive by 2030 also, and zero waste by 2030. And we'll protect the ecosystem and build a planetary computer. And this is already ongoing, by the way. Finally, next slide. So this is to look at the sustainability perspective. For certain environments, they have no choice but to look at sustainability because it's regulatory. I think even for the financial sector here in Nigeria, the CBN encourages and even has different, they've given out different regulations to ensure that the banks have sustainability compliant. But we need to also look at this also from an Agric perspective and to see that sustainability itself, it contributes significantly to the global economy. Looking at it for going to 2023, $60 billion will be for energy optimization, $12 billion for agricultural value creation within the chain, and 26 trillion economic benefits. This has to do with carbon credits that can be gotten, jobs that will be created. So sustainability is a big market. So this is to encourage all the players within the Agric sector to have a sustainability focus. Okay? So thank you very much. I hope I was able to provide some inputs to looking at it from a global perspective on how technology actually contributes to agriculture. So I'll move on straight into the panel session. Is this working? Yeah? Okay, good. So let me start with Mr. Maxwell. Can you just give us an idea about your organization and the kind of technological adoption in agriculture that your organization brings to the table?
Thank you very much. I work for the Two-Scale program. Two-Scale is a Dutch-funded program that is implemented by 3 organizations: the International Fertilizer Development Center, IFDC, SNV, the Dutch International Development Organization, and the Base of the Pyramid Innovation Center, BOPINC. IFDC, Two-Scale is an incubator and accelerator program. We manage a portfolio of public-private partnership in the agri-food sectors and industries. Our approach is simple. We use the agribusiness cluster approach to build clusters that connect farmers and their local network to market. We go beyond that also to intervene in trying to avail safe and nutritious food to the base of the pyramid consumers, the BOP. So it's an end-to-end program from farm to consumption. At consumption level, we are looking at the base of the pyramid consumers. In terms of innovation, before I go into that, Two-Scale is actively present in 10 African countries. Part of my job description within the program is also to manage the green innovation component of the program across these 10 countries. In terms of innovation, we see this in 2 areas, typically, on-farm and off-farm. On-farm, we're looking at the input and the production level. At the input level, when you talk about innovation and technology and how these has impacted agriculture and food systems across Africa particularly, we're looking at how do we move our farmers from relying and leveraging on frugal innovation to integrating digital innovation, mechanical innovation in the form of maybe tractor services that leverage also AI, and also good agronomic practices. It goes beyond just digital innovation. Digital innovation is part of it, and in the future this will drive a lot. But at the moment, this is where our farmers are. At the farm level, when we look at the input and production side, we have been able to support thousands of smallholder farmers who address issues around eco-efficient production using technology. For instance, using solar-powered irrigation system in vegetable production, rice production, and also using smart brooding units in poultry. Aside from this, we've also tried to integrate aspects around weather services for farmers in terms of addressing precision agriculture and also addressing issues around the impact of climate change on production. We've also looked at how do we support smallholder farmers to build the skills that are necessary to use this technology at farm level. We keep saying smallholder farmers. Will they be small forever? They need to grow too. So if we have that mindset of growth at the smallholder farmer level or the grassroots level where these farmers are located, then we need to think about how do we improve their skills. Agriculture is not just a business, it's a way of life for most of these farmers. And if it's a way of life, it means that we need to constantly train and retrain these farmers. I'm of the opinion personally that farmers at that level require skills beyond the normal government or NGO intervention that comes within 4 or 5 years or within a particular administration and it's gone. You know, they need to be connected to formal institutions of learning like the universities, the polytechnics, providing maybe bringing back the adult education system of the past, you know, so that after they go to the farm in the morning and the afternoon, they are able to use this they're able to go and learn new skills that they can apply in their daily business on farm. On the other side, off farm, before I go into that, we've also been able to integrate through some of our financial partners, fintechs, that address access to input credit at farm level. And the beauty of that is that it provides that terms of inclusion, like we put it, terms of inclusion in the sense that smallholder farmers, both women and youth, who are otherwise excluded from the formal banking system, are now having access to take loan, use it, pay back, and even use the bank accounts that are open in this transaction to do other businesses such as savings and other investment they do within their local clusters. This is good in the sense that when you look at the input credit schemes that are driven by most of the players in the ecosystem right now in Nigeria and in Africa, they are driven by youths. Most of the videos that have been played this morning, you will see majority of the leaders of these innovations are youths. And it creates this employment opportunity for them. I am also a youth based on the African Union definition. And one of the things that keeps us in the agricultural space is technology and innovation. We see things that are interesting, things that motivate us, and we think these things will add value to the farming system and change what is currently happening at that level. Off-farm, we have technologies that have been able to address processing and also, like you mentioned earlier, consumer forecasting, e-commerce. Now, these are aspects in the two-scale program that we take very close to our heart in addressing or creating impact in the local market. And bringing all these elements together from input side to market side, we really drive demand for these technologies, embed the skills, embed the services in the value chain, and also enable us to move beyond where we are now in terms of food production and going further to address food and nutrition security in a way that is digitally tracked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. So, Mr. Confidence, can we hear from you in terms of the same question? Tell us about your organization and the input of technology into your organization.
Thank you very much. For us, we have a very simple motto. Our goal is to empower solutions. At Bidron, we sat back to understand, one, the agricultural sector across the globe, what every farmer in every single country is doing right and what they're doing wrong. Then we tailored it down to our own country, Nigeria. Being a pilot market, we try to understand what problems exist and what solutions are there in the market. We found one thing very particular and strange. You know, Nigeria spends about $2.5 billion consuming rice annually. And then you found out that most of the rice are coming from Asian countries. And I mean, a rice planted at our backyard here in Kaduna or in Nasarawa is far more expensive than a rice that have journeyed thousands of kilometers to our shores. Is it supposed to be so? No. So the question that came to our head is, how can we make our own food much more affordable? One, how can we make our own food, the local supply, to meet up with local demand? So that $2.5 billion does not go to some Asian guys, but they end up in the pocket of Musa, Kola, or Chibueze. How do we do that? So we understood that this is the solution to a problem that we are trying to focus on. So what did we do? We understood more about the Nigerian farmer. How do you farm? And we saw so many lapses. Take, for example, be it Musa has 10 hectares of land in, let's say, in Nasarawa states, Bukubi, for example, and Musa pays, let's say, 15 people to go and spray his farm, let's say, pre-emergent spraying, and by the time they get into 1 hectare, you just open the entire knapsack and pour it everywhere. And they want to say, oh, God, we've sprayed about 3 hectares today, oh, we are very tired, tomorrow we'll come back. And tomorrow they come back, they do the same thing. And the third day, oh, God, we are done, oh, and they are paid, right? Musa comes back and he sees that out of his 10 hectares, only 3 hectares are sprayed. The rest, the weeds have refused to die. Say, oh, God, that chemical is bad. Oh, God, this grass, they are very stubborn. Musa has spent money. He took from bank. There's nothing he can do than to go ahead and plant. He plants, 60%, 70% of his crops are dead because they are fighting for nutrients with weeds, because those guys that did what they did in pre-emergence will do it in post-emergence. And after that, Musa have lost his capital, he does not have profits, and the bank's on his neck. So he can't meet up local food demand, he has run on losses, and he's depressed. So we thought to understand that, how do we reduce this inefficiency? That is where drones come in. You know, in your presentation, I was also amazed to see that the information about the penetration of drone technology in the agricultural sector have not gone far deep into the sector. And we pride ourselves to be among the first startup or company that have introduced drones to the most rugged aspects of agriculture, which is spraying. So in 2017, we came out, we brought a spray drone, 16 liter capacity, just like the knapsack, and said, hey guys, your knapsack takes you, if done properly, takes you close to 10 hours to spray 1 hectare. But this drone will do it in 15 minutes. And most of the farmers said, come on, guys, sit down, it's a lie. And we told them that, see, you see these drones, they would never miss any section of your farm. So it will be evenly sprayed, high precision. I thought it was a joke. Right on our control system, we mapped out 1 hectare of land and kickstarted. And exactly within 15 minutes, right, the drones were moving at a speed of 5 miles per second and covered the entire 1 hectare, spraying everything evenly. And do you know one good thing? The drones reduce the chemical footprint. So normally they mix 4 liters of chemical with over 200 liters of water. But the drones, 2 liters of chemical mixed with 16 liters of water. And in 3 days, they were able to see results that they've never seen on their land before. So with this revolution, we've been able to go into the depths of our agricultural system to eradicate that inefficiency, number one. Now, what this has done is it has improved the ability for the farmer to actually harvest 80 to 90% of his crops. Two, we've reduced the cost of spraying, because guess what? Some farmers spray their farms 10 times in a planting cycle, which is not supposed to be done, right? Because you're killing one thing that somebody is not spraying properly. So we've been able to ensure that pre-emergence is pre-emergence, post-emergence is post-emergence, and be it the pesticide is pesticide. You're not doing it 2, 3, 4, 5 times because the grass is stubborn. No. But because of we are actually spraying every single place, so we're also saving them money. Most of our farmers have reduced their cost of production on their farmland by over 60 to 70%. An example is Olam. Olam spends hundreds of thousands of dollars buying chemicals, spraying with aircraft, spending millions of dollars annually. When the drones came in, it cut down their cost that even the CFO came and hugged me. He said, this is crazy. And we have this revolution because of we're able to understand the fundamentals of the problems that exist within the sector. Aside from that, we also have ability for smallholder farmers to actually have the possibility of accessing much more finance. How? Most of these farmers don't even have the map of their farm. They don't know what the terrain looks like. They don't know how to plant. With the drones, just like you said, you can use that to map the entire farmland, make them understand the topography, the elevation of the land, and prepare for rainy season. When erosion happens, you're going to plant like this. If not, your crops will be washed off. With this your document, you can now take it to Sterling Bank and say, we have a farm in so and so place. This is the coordinates, these are the map, and we need 1 million naira so we can plant maize on 1.5 hectares of land. Now, we've also gone a step further, where we also use these drones aided with infrared sensors to determine which crops are unhealthy and which crops are healthy with simple elementary science of NDVI, right? So with NDVI, we can be able to understand the differentiation between a stress crop and a healthy crop and advise, this your crop needs X amount of fertilizer because the nitrogen level is what? Is low. So there are so many things we'll be able to do that our local farmers never had this opportunity to. And one key thing for us, because we are focused on results, our KPI is to see that our farmers are reducing their costs and improving their harvest yield. So we even go not just to the bigger guys like Olam and Dangote Sugar, but we're also going to the local farmers, partnering with Rifan, ensuring that cooperatives that has 1,000, 1 million farmers can come together and use our services as a block. So that way, we are ensuring that the end goal is that you can buy that 50 kg bag of rice at 5K, which is very possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Confidence. Thank you for bringing it home. We appreciate that. Let me go to Victoria. So, same question will go to you. Tell us about your organization and how you are implementing leveraging technology.
Thank you very much. My organization is leveraging on artificial intelligence, and the focus is on data, KYC, due diligence. Over the years, I've worked with different organizations as a business developer, and the major problem we've seen, or I have experienced with intra-trade within Nigeria and transnational trade, is the fact that there's no transparency, there's no traceability, and the integrity of this trade is always in question. Where you go into a conversation and someone says, oh, I lost 65 million euros trying to get a commodity from Nigeria. It is painful, it's embarrassing. However, it is the truth. It's not that the Nigerian trader wants to be dubious. No, not necessarily. It is just that there's no way to verify the capacity of that farmer or that agripreneur. They have the desire and the zeal to trade in large quantities, and they believe that with the data they find online, this commodity is available. They take these LPOs, they go into the farms and realize that these commodities are not there. And sometimes they've gotten some level of payment upfront. There's a dilemma. What we do at Agri-Verify is to validate and verify agripreneurs in the ecosystem. That way, investors find confidence in trading with these verified people. They are traceable, and the platform gives you historical to tell you that this farmer on his farmland, he was able to harvest 20 tons 3 years ago, 10 tons 2 years ago, and he's going to harvest 5 tons this year. So it also gives you his history of the performance of the land and the knowledge in terms of farm management and best practices of the farm owner, or even the aggregator working with that cluster. That gives you confidence, and it tells you what to expect from that farmland. It also enables financial institutions to have a third-party KYC, due diligence, independence of what the farmer says. I know that Sterling Bank has some level of that kind of due diligence, but however, you need to have totally independent of the system, a KYC structure for these farmers, and a data that is dynamic. What we have is static data. In our work, as we take data of our 400,000 farmers, we realize that most of these farmers, while validating the data, some of them have passed on, and the data is still showing as active. Some of them have moved from farming one commodity to another commodity, but the data is still active under that commodity, say maize. Now, Agri-Verify, leveraging 100% on AI, is able to tell you that this farmer is active in this particular commodity because the data is dynamic and it is dependent on technology in itself.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that was very enlightening. Thank you very much for that. Let me go straight to Mr. Dotu. Tell us about your company and how you are leveraging technology.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So, basically, Tripartite as an organization is an agri-tech company that is involved in an end-to-end process which basic focus is to give the bank visibility in terms of the loans they are disbursed to the farmers. Now, how do we achieve this? The first thing we get to do is to try and do a complete validation from the KYC that have been gathered initially, ab initio. Now, from what we have observed that data gathering itself, when technology is not used to gather it, it becomes inaccurate. Now, what Tripartite has brought in is to be able to gather this data with technologies that are certified. Okay. Now, what I mean by that is this. We have invested in tools that collect the fingerprint of the farmers, that is able to provide a card that the farmer is
going to use to collect inputs within any program. Now, when we did some survey, what we noticed was that there seems to be some level of ghost farming within the ecosystem, which makes loan recovery very difficult. Now, what Tripartite have then gone ahead to do is to bring in a tool that is able to collect the KYC of the farmer, profile the farmer properly, right? Then do an historical data gathering for that farmer. Now, that we call it credit scoring. Now, with credit scoring, what you are able to do is you are able to trend both the farmer and the farmland. And these are two different things. Because what we have experienced in the ecosystem as of today is that what the farmer or the farmland the farmer has used for this season might not be the same farmland is using for the next season. Now, which comes to the question of land ownership. Now, these are situations that need to be resolved within the ecosystem. But if we look at the end-to-end program that is currently being conducted in our country of today, we did the analytics. Then we noticed if technology is not properly used to gather the data, what it means is that you cannot optimize. Now, if we talk about agricultural precision, what is the real definition? Is to be able to save cost and increase efficiency. Are we really getting that? The answer is no. Because if you do not bring automation into optimization, then your forensic process becomes very questionable. Then we brought in a technology that is able to solve that particular riddle by providing that level of visibility to the PFI that is giving out this loan to the farmer. Now, our process is end-to-end. We start by gathering the KYC of the farm, the farmer, then analyze the farm, check topography, soil, proximity to water, how prone is it to fraud, because sometimes it's disturbing that after the farmer has been able to spend that much on the farm, then the next thing you want to hear is that flood has taken it away. The question is, where is the place of technology? Now, if technology is not properly implemented, then it becomes a loss for the entire ecosystem as a whole. Now, what Tripartite have done is to invest in this technology to be able to establish that level of loss before it happens. Because it's better to be proactive rather than to be reactive. What we have been doing so far is to help the PFI, the bank, to give them that level of visibility for every loan they are giving out to the farmer. Now, our main intent is to be able to partner in a way that is very sustainable with the bank, such that they are able to mitigate or the risks whatsoever disbursement they are making. Now, because it is better to use 1 billion to negate 8 billion loan recovery when you are not even getting to see who the farmer is. Right. Now, if we check some of the program that has happened, the first major problem that happened within that program is the input distribution process. Now, when input distribution process is very wrong, that program is dead on arrival. Now, before you get to input distribution, you want to talk about the input itself that is being supplied into the system. That input, of what quality is that input that you are giving to the farmer? Now, what Tripartite do is to be able to confirm and ascertain the quality of input you are giving to that farmer with a technology. Now, if I give seed to the farmer and that seed is not viable, that program is dead on arrival. Now, how do you confirm viability? Viability comes with three processes. The first process is the absorption of the water, which is imbibition of water. If that is not properly done, then the seed itself cannot take in water. Right, because it starts by absorbing the water with the seed wall, and the protoplasmic macromolecules, which is the protein and polysaccharide, wherein the water molecule itself is held with elastotic forces, which is hydrogen bonds. Now, if that is complete, it's a complete problem, because you can't move to germination when water absorption is zero. Nothing will happen. Now, when you are able to check how viable the seed is, because sometimes it's baffling, and the problem we are facing right now is because, fine, dollar is going up, but we must be able and we must be ready to invest in technology. Because if, as of today, we are talking about technology destruction, right? But the already established technology itself, we have not maximized them to potential. We have not deployed them at full scale, because we are not getting the output of that function that is embedded in that technology. And that is why we are not getting it right. So if we are able to deploy technology to full scale, then you get some of all this output before the problem happens. The viability test, how do you have to do it? There's a technology that gives you that. Take it to the lab, do a tissue culture, and everything is done. Now, if I do a viability test and I'm seeing 70% rate of germination, what does that tell me? It means I'm having like a 30% problem that I might encounter. So what does that mean? Which means I need to bring in a model that is able to suffer that particular program. Now, the next phase is, how vigorous is that particular seed itself? There are some seed. For example, we did a program where the plant germinated, and after 2 weeks, it died. Now, some MRE company will come and tell you it's moisture stress. The plant is not properly irrigated. No, it's because the vigorous level of that seed is wrong. It's not absolute. The seed cannot germinate beyond that. It died immediately after 2 weeks because you did not conduct that test before it goes into the soil. Right, now, moving away from viability, how do you get it right when you want to cultivate? There's an expert of extension service that comes in, which is where I am going. And that is where we provide this level of visibility to the bank. Because when we conducted a survey, we saw that extension service, the way it was being done, they were using technology, partial technology, data capturing tool to gather the data, right? And it is not really giving the result that the bank is supposed to see. Because for a bank or an investor, what you are supposed to see is for you to be able to have a dashboard that gives you visibility of just what you have presented, that gives you the visibility of what is happening on the farmland. But that is not enough. Now, we developed a model that talks about technology, people, and process. The truth is, I can never automate 100% within a particular program. It's not possible. You have to do, if you achieve 40% automation, it's fantastic. What it means is you only need human resources to complement it. Now, technology cannot work without people, and people cannot work without process. If these 3 dimensions is not put in place, even your technology will fail. Now, what we have brought in is to be able to put in these 3 dimensions, link them together so that every project that we monitor for any client is successful. And we do that end to end because we have an internal GIS team that look into the land, that look into how prone the land is to fraud, that look into viability by taking it out there to go and check. Then they look into the processes on the farmland. He was talking about NDVI, right? Now, apart from NDVI, which shows you the growth of the crop, over when the crop eating harvest, how healthy is the crop. There's another most sensitive aspect of it, which is crop identification. Now, what we have seen of today is that there are some farmers that were giving maize seed to plant, but when you go there after 2 weeks, you notice they are planting sorghum. You notice they are planting cotton. You notice they are planting soybean. What has happened? What has changed? There is a problem there which needs to be tackled, and you don't have to be at the farm to do that. So the technology we brought in is one that can identify the crop that is growing on the farmland. is able to see and project that to the client and show you, okay, this guy is part of this program. What he is doing is actually maize and not another crop. So he's able to project that within the program. Now, beyond cultivation and monitoring, what we have done again is to be able to capture post-harvest losses by introducing something that is called a cocoon. Now, a cocoon is an emmetric storage system that helps the farmer to be able to store their produce for no matter the duration of time they want to do that. Right. Now, the economic benefit of that is that the farmer is not in haste to sell. Now, we have brought in a model that helps the farmer to sell when the markets become slim, and also provide to them some level of funding that do not put them under pressure to sell everything immediately, because every farmer needs money to survive. So you give to them money that can survive them and also help them to make some level of margin with the help of that cocoon. Now, with the cocoon, the way you place the cocoon, wire mesh, taking it away from rodent, making it airtight, reducing oxygen, increasing CO2, all of those processes is what we have put together with our expertise within the crop IT. Now, the major value add here is making sure that from the cultivation, which is the primary production, up to selling, the farmer is having this level of confidence with the PFI, maybe the bank, that this farmer is having this transaction with, or via any particular corporation, because very soon, what will happen within the ecosystem is that there will be this awareness that will go to the farmer, that will make them to understand who am I supposed to work with, that give me that level of economic benefit, which increase my standard of living. Very soon, farmers will start selecting who to work with, just the way we have selected telecommunication companies these days. So we'll go on, then I'll be able to provide more input. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate the passion. Definitely learning a lot. I know there's this level of activity, this level of technological change going on in the country. So thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Let's go to Mr. Jahil. Hello, Tractor. Is this still online? Okay, if it's not, can we move on to Mr. Femi Aiko, the CEO of Food?
Can you all hear me okay?
Is that Mr. Jahil?
I can't hear you, but can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. My name is Jahil Oliver. I'm the founder and CEO of Hello Tractor. I'll give a brief overview of my company, but then I want to dig into some specifics about the business, maybe relevant to this discussion, to bring maybe some real examples around deploying technology in Nigeria for the benefit of smallholder farmers. So I started the company 8 years ago with the idea that small farmers can't afford to own their own tractors, but can afford to pay for tractor services. And then you have many tractor owners who have excess capacity of their equipment that they can sell into a marketplace to service the smallholder farmers. So we developed a fleet management solution that we sell to farm equipment owners that puts GPS on tractors, allows them to remotely monitor and manage all aspects of their fleet while connecting with smallholder farmers who are booking for services through community-based booking agents. And to date, we have 650,000 of these smallholder farmers booking through 3,500 booking agents and just over 3,000 tractor owners. In January, we launched a tractor finance product because one of the challenges that we observed was just a general lack of liquidity, a lack of credit going in to agriculture across Africa. We work in 14 countries. Roughly 2% of commercial bank lending is going into agriculture, and smallholder agriculture only gets a small portion of that, despite agriculture representing about 40% of the continent's GDP. And so we launched this tractor finance program to support our booking agents to own their own equipment and address the pent-up demand for services that we were seeing in the market. And it was causing a lot of frustration with our farmers. They would book services. We would connect those farmers to tractor owners, and the tractor owners would decide not to service that demand. And that was causing frustration amongst the team because we were putting a lot of effort into connecting these tractor owners to farmers, and then the tractor owners wouldn't show up. Another challenge that we had to address was launching of an operator training program. What we observed was that there was just a lack of operator capacity. And when I say operators, I mean the guys who drive tractors. And on the panel today, we have Maxwell from 2Scale. We worked with them, I believe it was 3 years ago, prior to launching this operator training program. That partnership was a disaster for the customer because we had untrained operators running that equipment. There was mismanagement of the equipment, and that caused unnecessary costs. And we've seen that across so many different customers that we launched the operator training program in response to that to ensure that equipment is protected. Operators understand how to use equipment not only to protect the asset and not prematurely depreciate the asset, but also when they get into the field, make sure they're delivering a service that's optimizing yields for our growers. And these two examples, the launching of a finance program to bring in liquidity, particularly to unbanked rural entrepreneurs, and the launching of an operator program are both two examples that are, yes, complemented by our technology, but they also rely heavily on strong operating capability and the need to build capacity both from a technology, software, data analytics perspective, but also building capacity in the market, right? It's a very unglamorous part of agriculture and ag tech, but it is mission critical and as important as bits, ones and zeros, in building out code. And so I want to share that as a very realistic example of how the digital and analog intersect. And when we launched the tractor finance program and operator training program, we went from a net promoter score, which is how tech companies measure success across their products. We went from a net promoter score of 26 all the way up to 64. And a 64 net promoter score, for some perspective, is certainly well above your average ag tech company because ag tech is notoriously difficult, but it's right up there with the top tech companies globally. And I think a lot of that had to do with introducing non-tech solutions to problems that we were seeing in the marketplace. So I wanted to share that. I'm going to leave my remarks there because I do have to jump. But I'm looking forward to hearing the recorded calls. Sounds like a very engaging discussion. Thank you.
Thanks for that information. Appreciate it. We'll quickly go to Mr. Femi Aiko, CEO of Foot Locker. Are you there? Sorry, can you try again? The audio wasn't so clear.
I hope you can hear me all right.
Sorry, Femi.
The audio.
Yeah.
The audio better.
Yeah, not so clear. Okay. Can you try one more time? So, otherwise, we need to move to.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Much better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So essentially at Foot Locker, we are using precision agriculture
and market access to meet the farm produce needs of large agricultural buyers, as well as fast-moving consumer goods buyers as well, with the objective of supporting African smallholder farmers with access to input, credit, expertise, but also markets. Now, on a more practical basis, we've done work across cattle, goats, broilers, turkeys, layers. We've done maize, soybeans, and sorghum in northern Nigeria. We've done work in southwestern Nigeria, and all our work is always connected to our philosophy that we run a fully integrated end-to-end supply-to-demand solution. So we always start from the demand, on trying to understand demand forecasts and demand information. So before any particular farmer is advised to plant anything, we first try to understand where is the demand coming from and how is it going to trend into the future. So we then use this demand forecast and information to then inform the smallholder farmers about what to produce and when. So ultimately, every grain of crop and every kilogram of livestock that is produced by any farmer within our network already has a buyer. Now, while the farmers are producing, we're then monitoring their production activities. We're not just monitoring, we're actually dictating to the farmer based on scientifically tested production protocols. So essentially on a day-to-day basis, the farmer gets information about what they need to do to be able to get optimal yields and optimal results. Some of these things would have been communicated with the farmers earlier in terms of pre-season training and things like that. So ultimately, during production, we're collecting a lot of data. So, and I'm talking operational level data that include everything from application of fertilizer or the feed rates of the birds or the cattle, the temperature expectations of the actual, climatic conditions that are, within the particular production zone, but also the expected optimal temperatures. In addition, you get all other data sets, for example, the weight of birds, the weight of livestock, the expected feed composition and the feed quantities. We've done experiments, for example, on which particular kind of feed would give you your broilers the optimal growth rate in terms of weights and healthiness in terms of output. So in terms of withdrawal period, antibiotics and things like that. So we collect a lot of all of this data, and the ultimate objective is to ensure that we can then qualify a farmer for access to credit. Because ultimately, if the farmer does well, it means they would be credit worthy. So we translate all of this operational level data to financials, so revenues and costs, which then mean that at harvest, we can mop up every single kilogram of crop, every single kilogram of livestock that is produced by the farmer, and ensure that that makes it to a buyer. We have both a supply side precision agriculture platform, which is foodlocker.africa, and then a demand side omni-channel distribution system, which is foodlocker.com.ng. Based on the work we've done, I can boldly tell you that today in Nigeria, we have the best prices in eggs in Nigeria, and anybody can go and fact check me and go to foodlocker.com.ng to check that. Because we've been able to optimize the productivity of the farmer that is producing that particular crop. Now, you quoted some data talking about 60-year-old farmers. Foodlocker works with the young farmers. So, for example, we have basically we have a model that allows us to build an integrated farm of livestock, so essentially cattle, goats, broilers, layers, and turkeys, build an ecosystem for 2 farmers and a farm supervisor to be able to operate that. We have a demonstration farm in Ibadan that already operates with that, which we're essentially trying to scale. So young, less than 30 years old, with almost no experience, managing close to 70, 80 million naira of assets under them and inventory being supervised by them. And this is a model we feel we can scale. Our focus at Foodlocker is not to go after huge numbers and to start putting hundreds of thousands or millions of farmers. Our focus is always that every single farmer we have an interaction with, we want to ensure that they have financial independence after a period of time of working with us. So, and the idea is we leverage all the data we have and make sure that the system in itself is profitable, because there are 2 sides to agricultural technology. There is the ag and there is the tech. The tech is sexy and interesting and super cool, etc. But the ag side is really difficult. If you're not making money from the ag side, then you can't finance the tech. Even the bank would pass you by. They would not even look at you. So those are some of the things we try to do. Because of the fact that we have to collect data, we support farmers, for example, with access to feature phones. So the data we collect, you can collect through IoT, for example, temperature sensors, basic soil water content sensors, and things like that. But there are some data sets you need to collect manually. For example, except you're super happy to install weight sensors on the, the bed or on the at the ground of your poultry pen, you need to, manually collect the weight of some of the birds. You need to manually examine some of your livestock. So in some cases, we install ear tags on our cattle and goats as well, so you can easily track their growth rates and track their particular temperatures or their conditions and track their vaccination schedules, etc. But at the same time, you could, do that with IoT sensors. So my core message, I think maybe to the team or to the panel today is really that how do we make all of these technologies available to the smallholder farmer, given the kind of economic situations and conditions we have in Africa, especially within Nigeria right now. Because IoT sensors don't come cheap. Temperature sensors don't come cheap. If you're going to install, for example, computer vision solutions in a fish pond, it's really expensive. How do you do all of these things given the kind of financials and the kind of limited access to capital that we're seeing from the financial services sector? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Femi. We appreciate that. We're fast running out of time. We have just about 10 minutes left, but I have some small questions to ask. Competence, let me start with you. What are some of the gaps and factors affecting the adoption of innovative technology as a value-adding factor towards thriving agricultural sector?
Well, I mean, it's basically one thing: cost. Every farmer wants to make money, and they've lost a lot of money down the line for decades. They're always losing money. I mean, at a point in time, farmers are just farming out of passion. They're not actually making money. So if you're providing a technology to a farmer, if you're gathering data for a farmer, how does that translate, one, that he would make more money and that he's spending less money? So it's very key. And for us, how we're able to hack that was to provide our services, I mean, as a service, drone as a service. The very most affordable drone for spraying costs about $6 to $7 million, and the medium scale which we deploy costs about $25,000. I mean, no small scale farmer can afford that, right? Or we can take our drone to the farmland and tell him, hey, pay us 8,000 naira per hectare, and we'll execute, and we'll go back, we'll come back again for post-emergence, for pre-emergence, post-emergence, and fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, for pesticides, right? So we make more money. The farmer spends less money. He also has inputs that he wants on his farmland, and I mean, everyone is happy. So for us, we have to sit back and also order agri-tech companies to see how can we make it much more affordable for the farmer to utilize, whereas also giving him optimum value in the services we are providing.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that quick response and for the input you gave from the cost perspective. Victoria, this is for you, I hope you don't mind. What is the importance of data? Because I'm bringing it to you because you talked about data to some extent. The importance of data to innovation and technology in improving productivity across the agricultural value chain.
I'll say data is the core if we want to grow globally in agriculture. Bringing it home, data is oil, is the real money. If you want to harness AFTEC, the African Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement, you need data because the stakeholders in the sector, in the various countries, they need to know where to go to, who has this commodity, and what quantity, what volume. So it is critical to have data. Unfortunately, even when you go to World Bank, there's always this silent clause that they say this data is not verifiable for most African countries, data from Africa. So we need to start having our own data, and it's with that information we can then innovate, we can then grow, we can know where our pain point is and where to focus on. Mr. Aki said something about understanding the weight, having to know the weight of the bird at every point in time. And that is a core data that you require in making certain decisions on the poultry farm. However, if the innovator of those sensors understand the needs of the farmers and the volume, the market that is there, that is available to him, then he can negotiate with his financiers to say, I have the market. My cost of funding significantly drops and becomes available. Equity investors know that I'm not talking about probable market, I'm talking about actual market. It gives investors confidence, it gives trade partners confidence, it also gives regulators confidence. Then they'll be comfortable to say, Mr. Confidence, these your drones that you're deploying, we're sure that they are not, while you're spraying, the chemicals are not affecting humans, because there's data to represent the impact of the work that he's doing. So data is what will lead innovation, and it is key we understand that and begin to accept that, most especially when we're looking at the need for carbon credits, because that is the future, and that is where farmers will begin to enjoy the benefits of their data. You are collecting the data. How does it translate to Naira and Kobo for the farmer? So for us, that is the future. That's what we're looking at, working with exchanges, working with regulators, working with other ag tech companies to ensure that we aggregate the right data that can bring the Naira and Kobo to the smallholder farmers in Nigeria. Thank you.
Data is gold, basically, to the farmer and to everybody as we go forward leveraging technology. A final question, and this is impacting everybody in Nigeria right now, is the issue of flooding. So this is to you because you touched a bit on it, Mr. Paul. So flooding is an environmental disaster that we are currently witnessing. Is there anything from leveraging your technology or from a technology perspective that can be done to mitigate the problem, either from the impact on the farmer and what can be done? So.
Okay, thank you. So I think apart from the fact that the Nigeria as a whole need a good water management system, right now, when we put technology into perspective, what technology gives to you is to be able to predict the water level of that particular environment where the farmer wants to go and put his plant, right? So the system that we actually have is able to project based on historical data, which you mentioned, because you cannot have prediction if you have not trained, right, which is historical. Now, based on the data, we are able to project what is the flood history of that particular environment. And now, once we have that, technology is able to give you that visibility, projecting and predicting how that environment is going to be in the next 3-4 months. Right, you know, sometimes it's surprising that farming activity is carried out, or primary production is done, and there's no analytics on that particular environment, on that particular soil, on that particular farm, and we just spend money in that particular environment or area without necessarily analyzing the historical background of that particular environment. So what can be done to actually mitigate that is to be able to use the technology to project holistically the historical background of this particular farm, which we then link or interlink to credit scoring. If I do a credit scoring on this particular farm, I am able to see what is the yield in terms of return from that farm. What is the historic of this particular farm? How prone is this farm to flood? And all of those is done with the technology. Now, if we put automation, like I mentioned before, with the mind of optimization, what it gives us is for us to be able to reduce our level of spending and get more from what we have invested into. And technology cannot be overemphasized, because if you do not deploy it at full scale in the way that you are able to project the historical background of that particular farm, then you might just be spending blindly without knowing what the result will be. Thank you.
So, sorry, can I add to his statement? It's very critical for us to have those data, like he said, to understand, one, before we came to this area to develop, how was it? Because one funny thing about nature is a cycle, right? We're having an increased global warming, whereby the ices in Antarctica and the rest are melting. That means that sea levels is increasing. I mean, in Lagos here, we're being chased away by the Atlantic Ocean. We remember far back that we cannot even walk through down to Akadi. I mean, Akadishola will have been overtaken by the Atlantic Ocean by now, even because of the efforts of the Eco-Atlantic City. However, that is not the major solution, right? Taking up sand from the Atlantic Ocean, filling up, and creating a barrier just makes it worse for the other side. I mean, with time, this water will come back and still flush us from the back of the Lagos Lagoon. So what we have to do is understand how is the topography of this entire landscape. One, reduce our carbon emission. Let the earth itself solidify those ices. I mean, freeze those water body again. If you look at the year 2020, during the COVID, when everyone was sitting idle, the earth was repairing itself gradually. Now, our major problem now is the flood. Most of the farms in the riverbanks from Benue to Nasarawa to Adamawa are crying, because guess what? Those rivers have taken off their land. I mean, one of our clients, they've lost 80% of their land. They have 10,000 hectares, just one of the segments of their farm. 80% is gone under the water, right? And it's crazy. These guys rely on the River Benue bank. They have a lovely planned canals where they have injectors and suckers which brings in the water when they want irrigation, and the whole farm is flooded, and then they have extractors that extract those waters and then push them back to the bank. I mean, everything was properly planned, but no one actually put into consideration that, oh, this rising sea level would also ensure that this water bank and our neighbors opening their dam would create this problem, right? So what we can do is to go back to the drawing board again, and this is has to be a federal government project. Go back and actually map from our neighbor's boundary, being Cameroon, down to all the states that are actually being bounded by this river, be it the River Niger, River Benue, and it stretches far inward. Funny enough, most people don't actually know that this river goes down to Adamawa and to other northern states. It's very, very connected. So we have to understand, how does this topography of this area, how does it look now? How did it look 20, 30, 40 years back? What can we do to ensure that if the surge of water coming from here is coming to this point, we can divert it to another place that it will not affect the inland, right? And as soon as we here in Africa feel that, oh, global warming does not concern us, we are not an industrialized country, we are not adding up to the carbon emission, my dear brothers and sisters, the icebergs in Antarctica don't know that. Oh. All they know is that here is hot, we are melting, and water will keep on rising. So we have to also work with the international community, the Western countries, to see how they can actually reduce, right, their carbon footprint, because they have so much money to spend to protect their own land. We don't have the purchasing power that they do. So we are actually the one that are meant to be pressing them. Hey guys, please bring out $200 billion. We have to ensure that this thing is being, we have to go and freeze ourselves. If we have to shut up that industry, we shut ourselves. If not, we are coming there to do what? Stay in that industry and then turn it from a coal mining to a solar plant, right? So we actually have to proactively put in so much measure. There's so much little that we as individuals can do, but this is actually a government to government interaction that needs to be happening and that should be pushed by the private sector.
It's amazing. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate all the feedback I've gotten. I appreciate the passion and all the information coming to me, and I'm going out there. I've heard a lot about lowering of costs for farmers. It's very impressive, and I believe this would definitely affect the economy as a whole. I'm seeing more credits going to the farmers because of some of the things some of the panelists here are doing, because they are providing the necessary information for those banks and whoever is giving the credits to do that. Even more importantly, these farmers are now going back home with more money in their pockets, which is very important. This is growing our economy, is growing the farmers, their own backgrounds also, and the social economic situation for them. More importantly, we talked about sustainability. It touches every one of us, and it's important that we all take actions to ensure that the earth survives. So with that, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the panelists that joined us virtually, Jalil and Femi. Thank you for all the information, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I'll always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you. Day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby. I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
My name is Prince Ugochukwu Iwajoko. I'm into livestock farming. The Sway Agfin has really helped Badet farm in a lot of ways. Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest I've been able to do 8,000 and more. It's a very good opportunity for me. I'm really grateful that I have to key into this opportunity. But you don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway AgFin. So this is a great opportunity for you. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, your dream can get better with Sway AgFin.
My solar hybrid inverter is a 1.5 kVA set. It comes with 5 panels on my roof and 2 good batteries. The fact that I have 24 hours light every day of the week is extremely amazing. I don't know what it means to be in darkness anymore. So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.
Let me introduce a new wave, we change the rules. A new app that you can use. Wanna change your life, then choose one bank. Save money and invest. Pay bills when you decide. Safe and secure for you. When you need a loan, requesting one bank for you, one bank for me. So chill and enjoy the ride. Stop the current account and need one bank.
One Bank by Sterling. Open a current account and start transacting.
My name is Anthony Uwei and I sell chicken and eggs for a living.
Right. Amazing session there. Agricsummit.org is where to log on to if you want to get resources and other materials for this event. Amazing session there. Our first panel session for today, technically the third for the event. Year 2050, quick recap, year 2050, 10 billion people around the world who must be fed. So what role are you playing to ensure that you're not lagging? What's your role to ensure that you're not lagging behind by 2050 when we'll have at least 10 billion people around the world? The more technology and innovation we bring into agriculture, the more youth we can attract and encourage to maximize the possibilities in agriculture. That's another factor to consider. The best way to get youths to do just about anything is through technology and innovation. Data validation for farmers and agripreneurs is also it's not an option, but mandatory. So KYC, know your customer, must be precise. Know your, you can't base your activities and events and support for farmers on assumptions. Verifiable data gives you credibility with partners and financiers. This promotes their confidence in you. So KYC is not some factor you can take lightly. Then, on the last note, the corporate Africa also needs to put more pressure on African governments, on national governments, for more bilateral and multilateral engagements that promote a Greek economy. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that session, because I did. And don't stop taking notes. We still have more for you. Before we go to the next panel session, let's get some messages from our partners and certain special presentations. Do enjoy.
To travel from Europe to Australia, Ajala loves to travel. Africa straight to Antarctica, Ajala loves to travel.
Don't panic on a trip. Get the Leadway Travel Insurance now. Leadway Assurance, ensuring happiness since 1970. Forever my baby, I'll always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you. Day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby. I've got my eyes on you. Every day, you know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
That over 70% of Nigerian populace depends on agriculture as a means of livelihood, mainly at the subsistence level, calls for deliberate policies and action plans towards expanding the sector. Agriculture is one of man's earliest means of livelihood and a primal source of survival, even at a time when there was nothing but rocks, water, valleys, and soil. The need to feed surpassed every other ambition in importance, and centuries later, even with innovation at its supposed peak, man cannot do without the quintessential cycle that guarantees its most primal need: agriculture. Nigeria's prowess in agriculture can be traced to the pre-colonial era, when the country accounted for 40% of global groundnut exports alone. The nation also exported significant crops such as cocoa, palm kernels, and others. One of the noteworthy characteristics of this era was the country's self-sufficiency. With a breathtaking 70.8 million hectares of the rich, arable area situated at the heart of the tropics, Nigeria had its fortunes on the sunny side. Before colonial rule, Nigeria thrived via agriculture, yielding staples such as beans, rice, cashew nuts, cassava, cocoa beans, groundnuts, kola nuts, maize, which is corn, yam, and many more. Livestock was reared predominantly in the north, across land and water. The sector was booming. However, with the interception of colonialism, the focus was placed on the mechanized production of exportable crops to the detriment of local staples. And so, as groundnut pyramids rose, cultivation of cassava, local grains and tubers reduced. Shortly after the nation's independence in 1960, Nigeria was then visited by the boom and doom. The discovery of oil shifted interest, investments, and policies, and thus overshadowed the variable potentials of the agricultural sector. Over a decade after the boom and subsequent bust, agriculture remained a stable and critical lever of the economy, contributing at least a quarter of Nigeria's GDP and 1/3 of employment in the country. Amid an administrative dilemma to revamp the sector and provide millions of crops and livestock farmers with the basics to increase and sustain production, the climate change saga began to sweep across the globe, and Africa was not spared. Ravaged by these sudden changes in annual rainfall, carbon emission, and forest depletion, the federal government and stakeholders within the sector sought practical solutions to mitigate the devastating effects of climate change and other financial risks in agriculture. This quest birthed the Agricultural Insurance Program, a federal government initiative made available to Nigerian farmers in 1987 through the introduction and operation of the Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Scheme and the Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation, NAIC, a public sector corporation under the Nigerian Agricultural Insurance Corporation Act 1993, number 37, as the management agency of the scheme. As agricultural ecosystem continues to be plagued by climate changes, insecurities and conflicts between herders and farmers have heightened the farmers' issues. The recent floodings across the country have swept away crops, livestock, and other assets, prompting the loss of over $15 million to rice farmers. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, reports that 33 of 36 states in Nigeria have so far experienced floods. The evolution of Leadway since 1970 has mirrored the dramatic expansion of indigenous insurance service providers, with Leadway remaining at the forefront as an insurer of repute. The reputation enjoyed today by Leadway has been attained by the continuing pursuit of improvements to maintain a competitive advantage. With $500 billion of asset base, over 214.1 billion paid in claims in the last 6 years, and a solvency ratio of 960%, Leadway Assurance is Nigeria's insurance market leader, buoyed by the financial capability to underwrite and provide assurance for Nigerian farmers.
One of the things that we do is we underwrite. Underwriting process itself is an assessment process, and that assessment process is a multi-skilled process. So for example now, for crop insurance, you will need to have agronomists. Agronomists, must be able to say, for this particular farm, this is the productive value of it. You need technology people. In fact, technology people play a large role within the crop space, where they calculate the expected yield within an area. So if an area then produces yield that is less than the expectation, then the insurance company would also come, to pay. So when, in addition to agronomists, on the livestock side, you have vets. So vets also come in, to say, okay, the practices within this particular livestock business is good. And then they rate it, they grade it, and then they tell the insurer, okay, this is where the risks are, this is how we can help, because this is our field, to ensure that standard practices are followed, standard procedures are adhered to. It's not just, a paper checklist. Then you now have the underwriters and the actuaries. So the actuaries help to determine, based on the information that you get from the agronomists, the technology people, the veterinarians, to say, okay, underwriter, this is a view of where, the risk value is, and this is what we think, given the number and the size of risks available, this is a price point that we think is sustainable or achievable. So part of all the pricing and underwriting process are mitigants. So underwriting is not just about pricing, it's also about risk mitigation. So we as underwriters would then have said that, okay, when we surveyed your risk, we found certain deficiencies. We need you to correct these deficiencies, which would also help you as a business, but it will also help to reduce the impact of loss, because insurers do not carry losses 100% anyway. They give you a part of the risk to carry because of the moral hazard of your involvement, so that you can also do what you're supposed to do well at the right time. So if there's then a loss that is purely accidental, insurers will be there to pay. So the overall technical knowledge, overall financial underwriting, overall loss mitigation, loss survey, all these help, to emphasize the importance of risk management, within agri-entrepreneurs, if I must call them that.
The Leadway Agricultural Insurance offers various degrees of cover to farmers covering farm produce, crops, poultry, fish farm, livestock, machinery and equipment, and many more against losses from fire, burglary, lightning, flood, explosion, windstorm, impacts, earthquake, volcanic eruptions, and even plane crashes.
Where these events happen, like the events of flood, lightning, windstorm, pests and diseases, and so on and so forth, and your farms are insured, Leadway goes ahead and compensates you for the value or the quantum of the loss that you have suffered as a result of these events that are beyond your control. So when these losses occur, compensation are paid back to you by Leadway Insurance Company Limited, so that you can go back to farming.
In January 2022, Leadway extended its flagship Agric insurance cover to crop farmers for losses incurred due to cattle grazing encroachment into their farmlands, as a unique and timely response to the plight of farmers who have suffered huge financial losses arising from the destruction of their crops and farmlands during encroachment by nomadic cattle. The extended policy coverage was designed to encourage continued investments in farming to prevent nationwide food security. In June 2022, Leadway made a milestone payment to farmers that bolstered confidence in Agric insurance and helped over 3,000 farmers overcome a huge financial loss. Faced with over 100 million naira in harvest losses attributed to pest infestations, drought, prolonged dry spells, soil moisture stress, and other adverse climate conditions, Leadway Assurance, in partnership with global non-profit and leading agri-tech businesses, paid out 101.4 million naira to 3,110 smallholder rice farmers in Benue and Nasarawa states. During the claims payout ceremony in Makurdi, Benue State, on Thursday, June 9, 2022, Ayola Fatono said compensating farmers for losses suffered during their production is pivotal to bolstering investors' confidence in unlocking opportunities in the agricultural value chain towards endangering food security on the continent. It is also, by extension, Leadway Assurance contribution towards guaranteeing the nation's food security.
Leadway insurance scheme, it was obvious that you have to pay during the time that you need money to buy inputs for your crops. But this time around, they pay for us, and at the point of harvest, we now pay back the money. It is wonderful. As I'm dancing now, I'm happy because I have money that I can buy inputs and now go back to the farm.
I was at my working place. I just saw a message inside my phone. I was asking my colleague, did they pay us June salary? They said no, they haven't. I said, what is? Later when I look away, I saw Leadway, I saw just, I said, oh, this must be Pula. So I appreciate Leadway, I appreciate Pula.
With Leadway Assurance's financial capacity, innovative product, design know-how, and superior understanding of the risks and issues in Nigeria's agriculture ecosystem, there is a massive upside for farmers to take on the risk venture of providing food security for the continent, irrespective of the inherent threats to their investments. There is an assurance of an accelerated recovery if their efforts and investments go south.
The Sterling plan is very ambitious, $1 trillion Agric economy. But when you look at the current GDP, where we are, you then begin to ask yourself, where is the opportunity? The opportunity on a GDP basis appears to be in manufacturing. That is really also saying that we need to stop being raw materials producers or crop. There's also storage, whether it's cold storage, whether it's preservation, whether it's having silos, grain silos. Definitely storage is one of the important, areas that we should look at on the basis of what the GDP data is showing us. If we're able to do that, ramp up on it, encourage more investment within that sector, particularly on the finishing side, which is the mid field, if I must call it, the storage, and then the final production side in terms of industrial manufacturing, then we can see hope. Whether we get to 1 trillion, when we get to 1 trillion, it's a question of how do we ramp up, where we are now. Do we double it? Doubling it is one of the sustainable principles for Agric in terms of the ESGs that we have. So if we can even double, I think we'll at least have achieved something great. We can then continue from there.
Getting distracted. It's a very wrong time to allow any distraction. We're moving on. We've got a special message for you from our knowledge partners. Stairs, do enjoy.
And pleasure to be here. My name is Michael Famariti. I am co-founder and head of intelligence at Stairs. Today, I'm just going to set the scene a little bit for our fourth panel, which is on agro-commodities trades and exchanges as a path to a viable future, and how commodity exchanges can help contribute to our goal of achieving $1 trillion economy. So today, I'm going to do this with the help of data. So at Stairs, we are a data company. goal is to provide data-driven answers to some of the toughest questions that investors and policymakers have about the African economy. So very quickly, in setting the scene for the upcoming panel, I am going to provide some data to give context for why this conversation about commodity exchanges is so vital for us today. So the first thing that I would like to highlight is the inherent volatility of commodity prices. So before we go into data, I'll quickly share quotes by a renowned economist and Nobel Prize winner who's known as Angus Deaton. Now, he said something pretty powerful a number of years ago, which goes as follows. He said, what commodity markets don't have in trend, they make up for in variance. What does this mean? He's essentially speaking to the inherent volatility of commodity prices vis-a-vis other financial instruments or assets like shares, stocks, bonds, and so on. The key reason for this is that commodity prices experience volatility or variance in two ways. One is volatility, e.g. through seasonal changes. We all should know by now that the prices of commodities can be vastly different depending on if you are in a pre or post-harvest season. So that's one predictable way that commodity prices can be volatile. The other way they experience this variance is through unpredictability. So this is essentially when we cannot anticipate when prices will go up or down. The fundamental reason that this affects commodity markets more than other assets is that in the short run, both demand and supply of commodities are very inelastic. For example, when it comes to supply, in the short run, it's very difficult to double the production of any given crop, right? Because you need to go through the entire planting cycle. Likewise, in the short run, it's very difficult to change consumption patterns for commodities, be they those that are demanded by the final consumers like maize, or those that are used in manufacturing or production. So this inelastic demand and supply essentially means that any shock to the commodity markets is directly reflected in prices, and when combined with that inherent volatility means that commodity markets face a lot more variance than any other financial markets know. Now, why is this conversation important? This conversation is important because one of the fundamental benefits of commodity exchanges is their potential to help a country like Nigeria to achieve price discovery and price stability. And that is something that over the course of the last 2 days, we have seen is paramount for the future development of the agriculture sector. Now, I will highlight this price volatility with some data. For example, just focusing on Nigeria alone, this year, between January and September, average food prices rose by 15%. But when you look at the regional distribution of price changes, it can be very varied. For example, all the way in Kwara State, prices have gone up by 33% year on year. In contrast, not that far away, in a state like Sokoto, food prices have only gone up by 19% compared to 33% in Kwara. So even within similar regions, consumers of commodities can experience vastly different changes in prices. And that depicts some of the volatility that we've been speaking about. So that's the first issue that I would like to use to set the scene. How can a thriving and vibrant commodity exchange enable Nigeria or help Nigeria to achieve greater price stability and better price discovery in our formal and informal markets, and how does that lead us on the path to $1 trillion economy? The other important issue that I want to set up today is the role commodity exchanges can play in boosting productivity. Now, that is something that we've discussed in detail today already, but I'll illustrate with some data. Let's look at the tomato industry, because that is one of Nigeria's more prominent crops. So in 2016, Nigeria was producing about 2.3 million metric tons of tomatoes a year. By 2019, that number had grown to 3.8 million metric tons. That is widely considered one of the victories that we've seen in the sector over the last 5 years. However, despite this increase in production from 2.3 million metric tons to 3.8 million and growing, we are still unable to meet our domestic demand of just 3.2 million metric tons. The reason for this is wastage and post-production losses. So in 2019, the World Bank estimated that nearly 75% of tomatoes produced in Nigeria were lost, damaged, or destroyed post-production. That amounted to roughly $2.5 billion in value. Now, moving away from tomatoes, more generally, Nigeria has a severe post-production wastage and loss problem. At last count, the World Bank estimated that as much as 40% of the food crops produced each year are lost before they get to their final use. Now, a big part of this, as has been discussed over the last few days, is problems regarding storage, transport, and so on. Now, how do commodity exchanges come in, and how can they solve the problem? This is the precise question that I'm posing to the panel today to help us unpack how Nigeria can leverage a thriving formal commodities exchange to address a number of these post-production loss and wastage problems. Now, I'm going to close this comment with a very quick perspective. And this is a perspective shared about the potential of commodity markets in developing countries. Where the appropriate conditions are in place, a commodity exchange can facilitate price discovery, price risk management, and more efficient fiscal trade. All of these are critical to transform the agriculture market system, boost liquidity, and promote more private sector participation. However, it's important to remember that a commodity exchange is fundamentally incapable of providing order to an agricultural system on its own. It's simply a mechanism that in many ways may simply reflect the prevailing formal and informal conditions in place. So the final question based off that is, how do we ensure that in implementing a rigorous and robust commodity exchange platform across the country, it does not simply reflect the failings or struggles of the current sector, but enables it to thrive? And on that note, I'll close here and thank Sterling once again for this opportunity to speak and for constantly driving the conversation around agriculture in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful panel.
Okay, if there's something that I took away from that, thank you very much for that message. Thank you very much. That was a beautiful one. What you lack in trend, you make up for in variance. What you lack in trend, you make up for in variance. So there's no reason to lag behind. If there's something you're not doing right, at least there should be something that you're getting right all the time. There's something you're getting right the first time and all the time. Okay, we'll move very quickly to the next panel discussion, and that's going to be about agro-commodities, trades and exchange, the path to a valuable future. Agro-commodities, trades and exchange, the path to a valuable future. We have the lead discussant, Akeredolu Ali, the moderator, Elenwa Ihua, and panelists, Benga Awe with Taiwo Ayuade, FCA. Have a good time. I will be back.
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you, day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby, I've got my eyes on you, every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
My name is Prince Ugochukwu Iwajoku. I'm into livestock farming. The Sway Agfin has really helped Badet farm in a lot of ways. Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more. It's a very good opportunity for me. I'm really grateful that I have to key into this opportunity. You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agfin. So this is a great opportunity for you. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, your dream can get better with Sway Agfin.
My solar hybrid inverter is a 1.5 kVA set. It comes with 5 panels on my roof and 2 good batteries. The fact that I have 24 hours light every day of the week is extremely amazing. I don't know what it means to be in darkness anymore. So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.
Let me introduce a new wave, we change the rules. A new app that you can use. Wanna change your life, then choose one bank. Save money and invest. Pay bills when you decide. Safe and secure for you when you need a loan. Request it. One bank for you, one bank for me. So chill and enjoy the ride. Stop the current account and leave one bank.
One Bank by Sterling. Open a current account and start transacting.
My name is Anthony Uwei, and I sell chicken and eggs for a living. Sterling Bank has supported us through the SWAY Agripreneur program. It's a very deliberate attempt of a traditional bank in Nigeria to support agriculture. A single-digit interest rate from a commercial bank in Nigeria is actually very applaudable. The financing actually was very good for us in expanding our capacity. Since when we got the financing, we were able to double our capacity to produce more for the markets. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the markets. Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank SWAY Agripreneur program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity. Your dream can get better with Sterling Bank SWAY Agripreneur.
moderator, the Nigeria Exchange, and I will be moderating this particular panel session. But I'm not alone. I have my friends and experts in the area we'll be discussing. Panel 4 is actually focusing on agro-commodities trades and exchange, the path to a valuable future. And with me this afternoon on this fourth panel is Akeredolu Ale, who is the MD, CEO, Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange, here with us today. Also with us is Benga Awe. He's the group head, Agric and Solid Minerals Finance, Sterling Alternative Finance, and Sterling Bank PLC. He's also with us. And my dear friend who is also with us here this afternoon, Ayoade Taiwo, who is the MD, CEO, Agro Traders and Plantation Industries. We'll be looking at together the panel topic, which is agro-commodities trade and exchange and the path to a valuable future. I really want to appreciate Stairs, who has provided us some background data before we begin to enter into the meat of the discussion. Fortunately, we're going to be taking a presentation to provide some context in the discussions we'll be having. And to do that, I would like to invite, for his short presentation, to provide some background information to us, Akeredolu Ale, who is the MD, CEO, Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. Ale, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, with your kind permission, can I stand up?
Go ahead.
Please do. Thank you. Please put my presentation up. Whilst I'm waiting for the presentation to come up, first of all, I want to thank my moderator and Bengawe and Mr. Yoade being here today. It's not going to be as simple as a short presentation. We go for events all the time, and we spend so much money arranging the events, inviting so many people. Then when it comes to the meat of the issue, we say that we should just take 1 or 2 minutes and go. Then why do we come for the event? This is a major issue that is affecting Nigeria as a whole, our country in Africa. Agric is a main pathway to our economy, to our GDP, and to a lot of things that has to do with growth. Before I start, I would like to put forward one comment. We've had floods recently in Nigeria, and there's been a lot of discussions about the floods and how it's affecting the agric markets and how it will affect the harvest and all that. We must remember that Nigeria is a delta country. It's a delta country. A delta country is a country whereby you have tributaries coming from various rivers that run over the ground over years. And at any point in time, as long as those rivers exist, like River Niger coming from Futajalon Island, River Benue and all of us, we will always be a delta country. The advantage of that, instead of looking at the disadvantages of that, is that you have solid arable land in Nigeria, well watered land in Nigeria. So I'll start my presentation from, first of all, we're looking at a country that has about 34 million hectares of arable land in Nigeria, and that means that you have a life potential. There are some countries in the world, for them to go into agriculture, they have to do irrigation. They have to move water from various locations to be able to produce. We have everything available here. So I'll go straight to my presentation as a commodities exchange. Before I go straight to the commodities exchange, I would want us to have a clear picture of what the definition of a commodities exchange should be. A commodities exchange is a legal entity that determines processes and procedures for trading standardized instruments and investment products. And it also refers to the physical center whereby those transactions can take place by definition. We should understand that clearly. The Nigerian commodities market, in comparison to the international markets, we are still a greenfield. Meanwhile, we are one of the largest producers producing out, but we have kept ourselves at the greenfield level in the last 60 years. And if we decide to stay at the greenfield level, you can be rest assured that nobody's going to allow you to go beyond the greenfield level in Nigeria. That's why easily the whole global community has kept us under the supply side of goods that are not finished, that are not processed, that do not have a big value. The exchanges are going to come up to support that ecosystem so that we can move beyond the greenfield position. It is also good to note that, like a stock exchange, a commodities exchange determines rules because we are regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. We regulate procedures and for standardized trading of commodities, contracts, and instruments in the ecosystem. The commodities exchange is also instrumental to being the bridge between capital. When people say capital markets, it's purely about money. Between capital and the commodities ecosystem by creating instruments that are fair, transparent, platform for capital raising. This aids in the development of a commodities ecosystem. Whatever English you say, or whatever Yoruba you see, Igbo, Hausa you say, or any language you say, the bottom line for catalyzation of a commodities ecosystem, agriculture or agri-businesses in Nigeria is capital. That is cash. Cash is king. If you don't have access to cash, you cannot scale up your investments. You cannot scale up agriculture. You cannot even start it at the beginning. The commodities ecosystem will create a nexus between capital and the agri space. And that is what we're about to start in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'm very happy that at least on this table here, I have one elephant in the house, the NCX here. Nigerian Commodities Exchange. You must give them big recognition of what they're doing to the market. And then we are going to play in that ecosystem too, from the angle of what we call co-opetition. Co-opetition means that you're not competing, you are complementing and at the same time working together in the ecosystem. Please move to the next slide so that, now, when you have a commodities ecosystem, what are they for? I want first of all describe what they are for simply. I'll now compartmentalize the problems in Nigeria. Then I'll now go to what are the solutions that the commodities ecosystem exchanges are going to put to support this space. The first thing that we speak about every day is price discovery and transparency. The second one, financing of commodity physical trades, and the competitive risk price management. Everywhere you go, you see people who say price discovery, transparency. Can that be possible? I'm very happy that technology is coming into play in Nigeria here now, whereby price discovery is coming up gradually. If you're a farmer, you use your energy. If you have done creating of ridges before, weeding before, farming before, and it takes you 24 months or 12 months to produce something, and by the time you are getting it to the gate where you want to sell, the guy that wants to sell is inside an air-conditioned car, and he's showing you the money that's going to pay you, and he's saying that the money is going to pay you is X amount. And that X amount that is going to pay you is not going to be enough value for what you produce throughout the year. What the farmer has is an option of taking the goods back, paying for the transport back, the logistic back, or collecting the money as it were. That is what our Nigerian farmers are going through now. They are losing money, they are losing wealth, they are poor, they can't come for the next season. The exchanges are going to change all that. Because what happens is that you see institutions globally from all around the world, from other countries, come to Nigeria, they put cash on the table and tell Nigerian farmers, this is the X amount I'm going to pay. If you don't want it, you can go with your goods. And they keep buying from cashew to paddy rice at any price, to cocoa at any price, all of them, and the farmers remain impoverished forever in Nigeria. We're talking about agriculture representing almost about 69% of our labor position. Now, what is price discovery? Price discovery is a situation whereby the exchanges tell the farmers and everybody, this is the value of your goods. And if you go to the proper structure, that is how much you are going to get. When you have a balanced trade in the market and you have a competitive market, healthy market, price discovery will come. The only way that price discovery can come is the word that's been put there, transparency. Like I said, Mr. Chairman, this is not a session that will just gloss over and go. So we need to explain it and let's know where we're going and come out of this situation positive. We're going into 2023. Nigeria is nearly going hungry. We're nearly hungry already. I know someone that came from the United States last week. I was asking me that, why Why are everybody slim? Do they go to gyms? I said, no. There's no gym. There's no food. Everybody's slim. Because other countries, they're robust, they're fat. So we need to do something now. What do we need to do to address this price discovery? The first thing to do is, are we going to be able to create access to finance, commodity finance, and physical trade finance? If you go to the banks, if you're a farmer here or anywhere listening, you can't just walk to the bank and the bank will give you money. Why? Why would they give you money? You come and tell me that you have cassava worth 10 million and he's saying, I should come to his saying to come and see, to give you 5 million or 10 million. Nobody will answer you. Nobody, even if you go to the branch over there. What the commodities exchanges are going to do is to create a bridge between capital and the farmers, whereby whatever you're doing, if you're an aggregator at a local place, when it comes to financial inclusion, you can move your goods there, get the right price discovery, and get your money away for your physical trade. Now, the banks that want to come, the banks are putting only about 5% of their balance sheet into agriculture. You can't blame them, because for now, we don't have the competitive markets and the price risk management. So for the banking sector, the capital market sector, what they believe is that the sectoral risk in the agri space is very, very large. And in reality, the agri space risk is large, because everything there, a better part of it, they are what we call perishable goods. Someone earlier was discussing the issue of tomatoes. Yeah, it's true. I know someone that discussed that last year at a conference in Lagos State. He ordered for 1,200 bags of tomato from the north. By the time the truck got to Lagos, customs had stopped it, police had stopped it, the car broke down somewhere. By the time the tomatoes got to Lagos, they were able to salvage only about 200 bags out of 1,200 bags. What do you want him to do? He paid full value for 1,200 bags of tomatoes. That is the sectoral part, the risk in that particular space. Imagine that that man took a loan from a bank for the 1,200 bags of tomato. That means the money is gone. So an average banker will not put their money into that particular space because of a perishable position of goods. But when we come to risk management structure in the commodities ecosystem, for example, in the commodity ecosystem now, some of them are coming up with what we call the cold room spaces. That is the cold room storage, to be able to make sure that goods are moved with trucks, with cold rooms from one location to the other. The cold room space in all the local locations. In that case, you'll be able to ameliorate the issue of what we call post-harvest losses. Those are the third part of what the commodity ecosystem, the exchanges are going to be doing, because I will show you later that the exchanges will focus on the primary parts of it, the logistics part of it, the post-storage part of it, the financing part of it, the price discovery part of it. In the last 60 years, Nigerians were coming to come up and start playing a major role. For someone that mentioned earlier on the screen earlier, it spoke about chicken, livestock. We had a woman that came, she said that she produced about 6,000 birds. And as at the day that they were ready to sell, there was no buyer. And she said that from that day onwards, subsequently, to feed those poultry is going to be an additional loss to her. What happens to the chicks? You want her to go and create Easter or December, or carry it to the main road and start hawking? The next thing is she starts losing money. That has happened to farmers. But when you have the cold storage, the cold room storage, what it means is that in other countries, you can actually call all those livestock, kill all of them, dress them, put them into cold storage, and you still have value. We don't have that yet. That will take care of cold storage. Those are part of the things now that the commodities ecosystem, the commodities exchanges are going to be bringing. I've spoken about the perishable. I've spoken about the grains. I've spoken about livestock on the other side. My next slide, please. Just to tell you about what the commodity exchanges are going to be doing. Next slide, please. In the next slide, now, you look at what are the potentials, the major things in the commodity ecosystem. I'll start from the one in the middle, standardization. Standardization is about quality. It's about the right quality, the right specification for everything. If we have the right quality, which starts from a primary input, then you'll be able to export, you'll be able to sell locally, to fast-moving consumer goods. If the standards are not there, you'll start selling anything that'll be returned. The insurance companies will not be able to touch it. And I'm happy that the Security and Exchange Commission and federal government is empowering the Standards Organization of Nigeria to bring standards into the Agric space now. Agric contributes a lot to our GDP. Now, in the capital market, what do we do? What we do for the commodity ecosystem is there are different types of instruments for almost every type of agri commodity, from liquids like palm oil to cocoa butter, to cocoa powder, to chocolates itself, to livestock feeds, to waste that can be given value to by way of commodity contracts. Now, I'll tell you for free that the federal government has been speaking about the pension funds participating in the commodity space. The pension funds cannot just start bringing out their billions and put it into the place. They require the instruments and structure. So the farmers also have to start understanding how do you go into structured agribusiness? How do you put yourself under one structured position to be able to access the pension funds? The pension funds have said that they are ready. If we see the right structure, we see the right instrument, and they have billions that they are looking for outlets for billions. As we speak now, the assets under management for our pension industry is pushing about 13 trillion. And a lot of it is into federal government instrument bonds, and then maybe some in the equities market. And they've been told that to diversify, look at the commodities ecosystem. And they are looking for outlets to put this. And the biggest sector in our economy that's contributed to the GDP, agriculture, is not benefiting from this yet. It means that we're not doing the right thing, because the money that you are looking for in the agri space, in the commodity space, is actually lying there. What we're not trying to do is to create structure whereby we can create a way whereby agriculture and the participants can have access to those type of funds and we grow. And in reality, agriculture is short-term, medium-term, long-term. For cocoa, for example, for cashew, for shea butter in Nigeria, we have aging trees, aging oil palm, aging all that. We have to start plantation regeneration all over again. And into doing that, we need to create instruments in the agri space. I was at Presco in Edo. I saw what they're doing there, but they're Belgians. They're doing in Presco there. They're building a new plantation, 24,000 hectares. The palm oil that they produce, I was there. I saw like a 3-mile long queue of trucks. 3-mile long queue of trucks that are waiting to take palm oil from Presco. We need to sit up because Presco is still an international firm. We need local firms. And I'm happy that we have one institution here, Mr. Ayoade Agro Traders. I've been to their factory in Akure. I could not close my mouth. I couldn't close my mouth because what they have there is almost big, or if not bigger than what Nestle has in Lagos there. I touched real chocolate from Nigeria. I touched real cocoa butter from Nigeria. I saw real cocoa powder from Nigeria. I saw real cocoa from Nigeria. I saw the real bags. I saw the jute bags. I saw the warehouses. And I was shocked that Nigerians, and a Nigerian is doing this, and there are no foreigners in it. And we want to multiply that into, because Nigeria is a very big country. I want to give them a round of applause there. Thank you. Now, I'll move to the next slide. Now, in the next slide, please, next slide, please. You will look at the whole world, and that is, for you, if you see the whole world, you'd make sure, you know that for everywhere you go, there must be a commodities exchange. Like I said, Mr. Chairman, please permit me so that we dive deep into this. In Nigeria, we have the Lagos Commodity and Futures Agreement, which is the Lagos. We have AFEX, we have NCX. NCX is like a bigger brother because anything that's, you know, government is the biggest spender. So when you talk about cash, that's the cash man in the room here, NCX here. We have in South Africa, safe in Nigeria, that are looking for opportunities, structured, regulated with rules to participate in agriculture. We are creating that for people that want to do that in that space. Sorry to mention, for people that are in Lagos, I went on a street in Lekki Phase 1, Fola Oshibo Street, and I counted 37 shopping malls on one street. 37 from the beginning to the end. If you get there, go and count it. The reason why you have shopping malls, 37 on one street, is because there's capital looking out for outlets. And people don't know where to put them. So they go to the natural things. They want to sell clothes and all that in malls and import things. But we need to create instruments that would attract such investments in agriculture there. Then on the issue of financing, We know that a lot of farmers, you can't just tell them to change overnight. We want to do hand-holding for them. Clean them up, let them look decent, not in clothes, for the banks to be able to want to participate. The commodities ecosystem will do that and assist them in that, and we build them market development in that particular space. If we do that, one of the things that we'll do is we create transactions in the ecosystem. 80% of agriculture in Nigeria now, that's the transaction itself, is being run by foreigners, and they are making a lot of money. When I say a lot of money. The CBN has spent about 1.3 trillion in the last, I think, 18 months into agriculture. Did it touch this? Did it trickle down? It's because we don't have the right structure to be able to participate in that space. So I'll move to the next slide without diving deep into the remaining. This is the picture of Nigeria. There is no part of it that's not wealthy, if you look at it very well. I'll touch the least of these whole areas because you have the cattle side of it, the Niger Delta Middle Belt, floodplains, part of it for rice farming. In reality, in China, in reality, the areas that they produce rice are floodplains, where there are floods. You go there, they capture the floods into rings, and then you use those floods to produce paddy. So floods are actually good for paddy when it's well done. We have floodplains in Nigeria there, but I'll go to the simplest. You see the blue area below in my map there? That is the coastal area, and that is where we are, all the way to the Niger Delta below there, where you do only fish. There are some countries in the world that the only thing that they do to support their economy is just the coastal fishing here. That's all they do. A package of shrimp in a park is about $20 per kilogram, shrimps in Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the only areas, Niger Delta, remaining in the world that you can shrimp and harvest shrimps. So ships come, harvest shrimps in Nigeria, and take it back out. I'm just trying to say that Nigeria is blessed from the coastal part to the upper part. We need to now start harnessing people on the commodities ecosystem. Next slide, please, so that I move faster. Now, I'll now go to our neighbors briefly, so that you know where we're going. We have, I'm showing you the Republic of Benin, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. Ethiopia last year did about $1 billion for coffee. Coffee alone, about $1 billion on coffee alone. We have Republic of Benin. These countries, you know, they're like 10% in the size of, or 20% the size of Nigeria. We have 200 million people. Meanwhile, Ethiopia is doing about almost 60-something% contribution with agriculture to their GDP. Benin is doing about 35-40. We're doing a meager 20-22%. It means that we are not touching agriculture. Meanwhile, we are consuming agriculture, and we are growing. Estimation is that by 2050, Nigeria will have gotten about 400 million people. Are we prepared for that? Next slide, please. Now, we have, because I mentioned that we are regulated by SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission. For every product that you're going to trade on an exchange, you will send the specifications to them. And that specification should be accepted globally, all over the world. If you go and produce groundnuts that is not acceptable, you'll not be able to use it. So SEC has approved paddy rice in Nigeria, soya beans in Nigeria. We all know for people here, sesame street sorghum, whole ginger, shea butter, dry ginger, and others. Cashew. All these things are things that some people are exporting and collecting direct dollars here. Like the banks that are financing, and they know the ones that they are financing here. Next slide, please, quickly. Now, what are the challenges? I will discuss the challenges because before we go to the solution, we have underperforming value chains. We have insufficient infrastructure. We have limited access to agricultural finance. We have adverse business environment. Then we have limited inclusivity and sustainability. I'll take the inclusivity one, and I'll take the insufficient infrastructure. Inclusivity has to do with, are we allowing everybody, the women and the youths, to participate in the agricultural space? The women are, but the youths, they are moving to the urban areas. One of the things that we're doing and the ecosystem is we're trying to see whether we can make agriculture to be sexy, to be the way music is to the youths, for them to realize that this is an avenue that you can use to have it high-grade foreign exchange in Nigeria. But we have limited access to all that because the issue of finance comes in. And the major issue about finance is the perceived risk that's limiting the private sector in putting money into the space and the attractiveness of that particular space. Mr. Chairman, I'll take 2 minutes more. I will not go through the whole document, but the slides are there. So move to the next slide, please, without, yeah. Now, but I'll go through all this. The impact of lack of access to finance is in 3 parts for Nigeria, and they are all here. We have the processors, we have the producers, and we have the input providers. If you don't have money to buy the right quality of wheat, it is garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have the right amount to buy the right quality of cashew, what you're going to have is the wrong thing. Soya bean is the same thing. Maize is the same thing. Even cassava is the same thing. And if there's no access to credit for them to be able to do that, how can we have a very good outcome from there? Then for the producers, you know, because there's lack of economic of sale, they are in small silos all over. We don't have large spaces to work. We have problems with them Land Use Act. It becomes a problem. So the processors that are at the top don't even exist. A better part of the processors that touch our goods are outside Nigeria. They take our cocoa out, bring it back. They take our cashew nut out, bring it back. What are the things that we're going to be doing? The exchanges are creating a situation whereby all these issues and challenges that are here, that we're correcting them and making sure that the impacts are limited in the commodities ecosystem. So what are the exchanges doing about all these problems? Next slide, please. Now, because we have a situation in Nigeria, poor implementation, lack of structured financing, low investor confidence, which I've discussed, high level of insecurity. And in reality, it is poverty that's creating this insecurity and lack of adequate technical know-how. Everybody thinks that they can do farming anyhow. The exchanges that are coming to research and development in looking at how to build up the commodity ecosystem. Next slide, please. Now, next slide, please. Now, so what do we do to support the Agric in Nigeria, ecosystem in Nigeria? Structured trading to assist you in price discovery. It means that from your phones, from anywhere, you can buy whatever product you want and sell. You have price discovery, will assist you in governance. Then the 4th item, I'm running to the 4th item, is the issue of liquidity. Liquidity is a situation whereby at any point in time, if you want to sell your goods, there's someone that wants to buy it off you. When someone is there to buy it off you, there's motivation to go back and produce another one. The commodities exchanges are creating liquidity in the ecosystem. How do they do that? They create instruments that are called contracts, forward contracts and futures contracts, which they use the raising capital to support the commodities ecosystem, the producers there. And to do that, we need to create what we call stakeholder alignment. We need the insurance companies, we speak to them, we talk to the banks, we talk to the rating agencies, we talk to the certification agents that determine the quality. We speak to everybody. Please support the Agric ecosystem. Then okay, thank you. The chairman says to round up. So lastly, by the time we do all this, we make it easy for the capital raising in the ecosystem. Next slide, please. And the last, I think that's the last slide. So what we do on a typical exchange is that for the exchange, there are 2 parts of the problems that are in Nigeria. You have on one side the post-harvest loss problems. We need to solve the problem of cold chain there. Then for seed production, we need to create access to seeds whereby there are investable instruments that people can use. Then for logistics, for people that are going to move instruments up and down, we need to create capital for logistics and heavy instruments. And for you to be able to even sell in the warehouse aggregation, we need to create aggregators by raising capital for all those things to the left. Then when we do this, it's easier to now take these aggregated instruments and give it to the commodity processors and move it to the silos, then agri production. Then we do research to improve on the market. To do this, we use the instruments that are called exchange-traded notes and exchange-traded funds on the ecosystem. The definition is below there. Lastly, please, I'm a last slide, Mr. Chairman said that to round up. So what we do is that the impact of the commodities ecosystem and the alignment with the capital market is very important. The next one is the issue of the alignment with the global space. The global demand chain determines what we produce. Because if you produce what they are not going to buy, that means you are going to eat it yourself. If the quality is not right, You can't. And that's why the specification and certification is very compulsory. Then we are building up capital market desks to encourage the banks to be able to participate in the commodities ecosystem. Then we have a lot of our colleagues, friends, family in the diaspora that want to participate in this, that do remittances, or want to invest. The commodities exchanges that are assisting in all that. Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry that I had to go through this whole process because, like I said, there's no point with these air conditioners, beautiful lights, and we don't express ourselves and say we need to address these issues. On the last point, the commodities exchanges, without being theoretical, I've been a little bit theoretical. The whole idea about what we're trying to do is that all the issues that are enumerated by way of challenges, the commodities exchanges will solve them at a single point and hold Nigerians. But the major problem is now the agriculture specialists, the participants in the ecosystem, the producers don't even know that they can reach out to commodities exchanges and explain their problems. You don't have to become a flour mill, an all-land before you go to an exchange. If you have little outline business case and you can see that you have a cash flow and a structured transaction, reach out to an exchange, call them, these are your challenges, and they will build you up short term, they will build you up medium term, and they build you up long term so that we can be able to spread the wealth around all over Nigeria. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's a good place to appreciate Ali. Let's appreciate him one more time as he takes his seat. Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you for that succinct presentation. You provided us some context around which we will be discussing. For those watching us online and across the world, the issue around commodity exchange for Nigeria is an idea whose time has come. Those of us in the commodity exchange space believe strongly that this is the right time. Nigeria is over 200 million. Like he said, over 60% are linked somehow to agricultural activities. We need to feed that number. By 2050 estimates are we're going to double that population. The question is, we need to have the food to feed those people. There's currently a food crisis. 31 out of 36 states affected by flood. The indices are clear. Next year, there are estimates around food scarcity. The issue is what role will the commodity exchange play? So in the next few minutes, what we'll be doing will be to digest Ali's presentation and look at some critical touch points and ask the panel on some areas, especially in their areas of specialties, where the exchange can be very helpful. I want those of you listening to us to, after this session, have a better understanding of what the exchange is doing in Nigeria and possibly how you can take advantage of the commodity exchange activities in Nigeria, being part of the ecosystem. And on that note, I would like to appreciate Ali one more time. Thank you for that presentation. And I also want to go ahead and ask members of the panel on some critical areas. But before I do that, I would like to give them an opportunity. I will start with Benga. Benga, you have been in this space for a long while. Might not be a commodity exchange player, but you've been in the commodity space with huge experience. It would be nice to have your appreciation of the space and how you think the commodity exchange business can really help in terms of galvanizing capital, because you are in that space, especially as it relates to financing. Like Ali said, if I quoted him right, he said, it's the bridge between capital and farmers. And you play in the capital space, so it would be nice to hear your thoughts around how the exchange can support.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Akredolale, for your wonderful presentation as usual. For us in Sterling Bank, we've looked at the commodity ecosystem, and it's a place we really want to play, and which is why we are organizing this conference. What we're currently doing is we've looked at the situation in Nigeria, and as everybody knows, the flood situation is coming home, and we don't need to predict anything. We know hunger is coming if it's not here already. So what we're doing is we're working with the commodity exchanges, like your good self, Nigerian Commodity Exchange. We're equally working with Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. We're also working with Prime Commodity Exchange and FX. So for us at Sterling Bank, we are right in the middle of conversation, and what we preach is collaboration, not competition, so that we can facilitate the market and make things work. We have our payment system that we use to unlock the ecosystem. It's called SABEX. What that speaks to is the fact that today we've been able to onboard about 150 warehouses across the length and breadth of this country. What that does is, as a farmer, if you take your produce to that particular warehouse, a designated warehouse that is being registered with one of the commodity exchanges we work with, we've onboarded all the warehouse operators. You can unlock up to 70% of the value of your stock. What that speaks to is the ability to do more, to play in the ecosystem. Imagine, let me break it down. If you've been able to harvest produce from your farm, and the produce is worth about ₦1 million, if you're able to take it to one of those 150 commodity exchanges that we're working with, immediately at Sterling Bank, through our online platform, which is SABEX, you get up to 70% of your produce. Now, we can switch it in various ways. For a farmer, for example, during harvest, that's their most vulnerable moment. During harvest, there's glut, but we all know the way the market is. In Nigeria, for example, our Agric is still rain-fed. Even though we have the dams, we have about 20 dams, but they are not that doing much. So if it's rain-fed, so that means everybody plants at the same time, everybody harvests at the same time. They are all at the mercy of the weather element. So what that does is, for a farmer, if we're able to harvest, as I mentioned earlier, let's say you'll be able to harvest, the value of your harvest is about ₦1 million. You take it to one of our designated warehouses. And the season is coming. You know, farmers, they don't rest. For example, the season for rice is here. Some of them are already preparing for wheat. By the planting calendar, we know wheat, the best time to plant wheat is mid-November. So if we've been able to harvest, we bring it to one of our designated warehouses. Using our platform that I mentioned earlier, SABEX, you can unlock financing to prepare for the next farming season. So that means you've harvested, but you are not under pressure to sell. You can take equity out of your produce, then you can commence the next farming season. So for us, we are very big on that. Now, the race, we talk about RX 200, that's the CBN policy to drive export. Part of what we are currently doing, and we're going to launch it very soon, of course, we launch in 2022, is the fact that when we speak to the export space, the major issue is going to be standardization and consistency. And for an exchange to function, exchange must be able to guarantee delivery. So what we're saying is, we're working with our partners. We've identified very big warehouses, so that in that warehouse, once you bring your produce there, we have cleaning machine. We are sure that when you bring your produce to that Sterling Bank designated warehouse, the standard, if you're talking about sesame, will be the minimum will be 99%. So if you come to our warehouse, working with our partners, buyers abroad, exporters abroad can place their order right there. And for the average merchant or the farmers, once you get to that warehouse, which is going to be a bonded warehouse, of course, you can get an FOB contract for you to export. So the whole challenges of, am I going to miss standardization? Am I going to invest in cleaning machine? We've taken that off you. Just get your business get your produce to our designated warehouse, which, from what we are looking at, it's not going to take you like 1 minute, because we've identified key hub in the country. We are starting with our new in Kano, and we've engaged the market participants. They are very excited, because what we are seeing is, we have our farmers, our merchants. They sit on goods worth 500 million, $1 billion, but none of them has done export before. When they hear dollar, it's what they hear from BDC. But what we are saying is, we want to structure this space. We want to link you to the market, and we can't do that without the support of the commodity exchange. So for us, we are ready to do this. And Mr. Taiwo Ayade is here with us. He's one of our big-time customers in cocoa. Yesterday, the lady from Nestle, she mentioned something. Yes. That Nestle has been able to fix their value chain in cocoa, and they buy a lot from Nigeria. And when it's his turn to speak, he will tell you that 80% of their cocoa powder is straight to Nestle. So what we are seeing is, from our partnership, the whole slogan of import substitution, we are seeing it coming to fruition. The
cocoa is the largest, actually. And Ayade is here, and I hear the numbers he's doing, and it's quite interesting. And he has been in this business for a long while. Interestingly, we were discussing bilaterally, and he mentioned that he had been involved in the Nigerian Commodity Exchange. It would be nice to hear your perspective as a player. What you see, because you've been part of the story, what you see and how you think the commodity exchange business can help possibly to increase the space you're currently occupying. It's important to note here that in Africa today, Côte d'Ivoire is the leading country when it comes to cocoa export, production and export, followed by Ghana, then Nigeria. But when you look at the landmass and you look at the population, you wonder why we're underperforming. So you are a player there. What is the opportunity, and how do you think the commodity exchange can help so that we can close that gap? I believe, with my colleagues here, that we can do even beyond what Côte d'Ivoire is doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very delighted to participate in this section. Commodity exchange has been something in discussion in the last 10 years. And one just wonder why we still at the discussion stage. For me, we need commodity exchange like yesterday. The issue from participant point of view, one is confidence. How do we ensure confidence of the off-taker, farmer, and the banks? When you talk about the off-takers, I have a factory that processes cocoa beans into cocoa cake, cocoa butter, cocoa liquor, and cocoa powder. And that factory operates 24 hours of the day for 365 days. And what it means is that cocoa is seasonal. I want a place where I can place an order. Every month, I need 1,000 tons of cocoa. And I want to have confidence that this cocoa is going to be of good quality. Not only cocoa, we are talking about the confidence of the off-taker here. To save our time, let's quickly look at the confidence of the farmer. If you would like to know, farmer has been duped in the past by middlemen. A lot of these agricultural value chains are dominated by middlemen. They are not just making each money at the expense of the farmer, but they are also duping the farmer by way of outright buying without paying. But if commodity exchange can come on board and as efficient as we all expect, farmers will have confidence that they have a place to take their goods to, and the malpractices that middlemen give to the farmer, or the way middlemen exploit the farmer in terms of weighing, in terms of quality discounts, in terms of deceiving them, will be eliminated. So I think commodity exchange is very, very important to the farmer and along the value chain. Let's look at the bank. Stanley Bank is about to disburse 7 billion naira for me to buy cocoa. Thanks to Gbenga. It's one of our biggest loan from a single bank. In the last 30 years, we have been doing this business. So where is the confidence for Gbenga to say, I want to give agro trader or plantation 7 billion naira? Commodity exchange will serve a purpose where I can give Gbenga my order with commodity exchange, a contract, fixed contract. Look, commodity exchange, I want to sell 1,000 tons of cocoa, just a hypothetical figure, and with 1,000 tons of cocoa, price fees, maybe at the time I'm fixing the price is 2,000 pounds. Gbenga is not worried about delivery because he knows that the contract I'm having is from commodity finance, expecting that money will come in November. I don't have an excuse to say, come and look at the cocoa in the warehouse. Come and look at the cocoa in the warehouse. I'm unable to deliver in November. But the buyer is not ready to buy again in December. So the first thing is participant confidence, and these are what we are expecting commodity exchange to play. And if this happens, you will see a lot of improvement in the value chain. Deliverables is basically quality and quantity. A place where you can go and you are sure of the quality. Yeah. I will give a very good example. Today in Nigeria, we have exporters having 5,000 tons of cocoa, 10,000 tons of cocoa at home in the last 6 months with bank finance. Why are they keeping this cocoa? Paying interest, carrying costs. What quality deteriorating? Why are they keeping this cocoa? Because the quality does not meet exportable quality. So when you go to, but I'm sure that when I go to the exchange, I can get the quality I want. So deliverable is basically quality and quality. Okay. We are talking about finance. Yeah. Finance here, with commodity exchange, I want bank to say, oh, if you are giving me a contract, let it confirmed by Nigeria Commodity Exchange, Abuja, or FS, or any of these commodity exchange. It leads credibility into the transaction. Okay. I want to suggest that each of these commodity exchange, whether you are talking about FS or Lagos Commodity Exchange or Abuja, we should look at geopolitical zone advantage of the country. Okay. In the southwest, we are controlling cocoa, and cocoa accounts for about cocoa is the largest contributor to non-oil foreign exchange. Yeah. So we should look at a very big warehouse. Presently, we have just put up a 40,000 capacity warehouse, and it's completed. We spent over 3 billion naira on that warehouse. That warehouse is available for any commodity exchange to use, because what I'm saying is I can lease that warehouse out, or I can rent it out, or a space can be given to commodity exchange, and it means anybody can come there to pick their product. It's not only cocoa; it can be cashew. But for Southwest, I can tell you that Ondo State produce 40% of Nigerian cocoa, and Southwest produce about 80% of Nigerian cocoa. Yeah. So we should also look at the middle belt, Kogi State, with part of Kwara State. We have a lot of cashew, good quality one. And when we talk about rice, we should look at each of these geopolitical zones, and let commodity exchange pick each commodity for each zone and put up a warehouse and put up a structure. Okay. Lastly, I want to talk about the fear of the participants. My fear is I don't want something to increase my cost of doing business. Okay. Yes, I want to incur costs, but it must be cost with benefits. And I want to compare my cost. I want to do my cost-benefit analysis. Oh, if commodity exchange is charging me 1%, what am I taking in exchange for it? Okay. What is that benefit they are bringing to the table? What are they giving to me? Okay. Well, I want to say that whatever costs involved, it should be transparent, and there must be benefit for it. So lastly is integrity. Integrity of the participants. Yeah. People will put in the warehouse on behalf of the commodity exchange. Of course, there will be insurance. There will be various layers of insurance, professional indemnity. There will be all forms of insurance. Yeah. But if you continue to make claim with insurance, your premium continue to go up. And cost of business will continue to go up. We are more interested in reducing our cost of doing business. Lastly, agro-traders handle about 40,000 metric tons of Nigerian cocoa. Presently, we claim we produce 300,000, and that is over 50%. Yes. Plantation industry process presently 18,000. We have just invested about 10 billion naira to expand the capacity of the factory. And presently, within the next 2 quarters, we are looking at producing about 40,000 from 60,000. So it means the role commodity exchange will play in achieving this objective, not only for plantation or agro trader, but along the agricultural value chain, it cannot be overemphasized or underestimated.
Wow.
And I pray that from now, we move from talk to action. And maybe within the next short time, I want to see commodity exchange in action. Thank you very much.
It's a good place to appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I remember when your name was mentioned, FCA was mentioned in front of your name. Now I can understand why. Thank you so very much. I mean, one of the outstanding issues that came out for me as you were making your comment is especially for the financial institutions to understand that commodity exchange are like risk management vehicles. So they help you manage the risk, and that's why banks should be willing to finance activities in the agro sector, because that's the role that commodity exchanges play. As you were making your comment, Ayo, a point came to my mind that I wanted to ask Ale. Ale, number of people listening to us, especially as it relates to commodity exchange, as we give the definition, what goes on in their mind is, what's the difference between a commodity exchange and an e-commerce platform? Outside there, I mean, I hear disruptive technology in the session that passed, which was very enlightening, by the way. But what we see in the space is a lot of e-commerce platform, and a lot of them also delve into agro-commodities. And so, from a layman's perspective, understanding that a lot of people are listening to us and they want to know what commodity exchanges bring to the table. So, provide clarity. What is the difference between a commodity exchange and an e-commerce platform?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I want to recognize the contribution of technology into Nigeria and the financial inclusion part of technology in Nigeria and the growth that they've been giving to Nigeria. They played a very critical role during COVID period, whereby whilst the economies were quiet, activity was ongoing. And they have supported the growth of the logistics ecosystem. And at the same time, it has also created, from the other side, the collateral damage part of the ecosystem, to the extent that the Securities and Exchange Commission SEC, because the commodities exchanges are regulated by the Securities and Exchange So the regulator SEC has come up with so many arrangements. They've come up with regulations for crowdfunding schemes. They've come up with regulations for schemes. They've come up with regulations for how you can issue tokens, tokenization, and also they've given a lot of strength to the exchanges. Now, what is the difference between an exchange and the e-commerce space? An exchange, like Mr. Ayedi was asking earlier, 1 kobo of your money cannot miss if you go through a commodities exchange. 1. The second part is the contract delivery. If there is X amount of goods that are supposed to be delivered at a particular date, it will not go after that one date. That is the advantage of a commodities exchange. It is what you put in there that you will get. There's no argument about it. The simplest form of a commodities exchange, let me give you an example, is the regulation for the payment period, which is called a T+3. That's the transaction plus 3. What it means is that if you do a transaction on an exchange, on the 3rd day, you don't have to lobby for your money. You don't have to see any financial controller. You don't have to know anybody. You don't even have to activate anything. The money will drop in your account. It will and if you go and look at all exchanges, it has never failed in Nigeria in the last 30, 40 years. It means also that the goods also will be delivered. That's the one part of it. Then the second part of the difference is that the issue of regulations, we have the anti-money laundering issue. We have the regulations of where and how monies are managed and all that. So to protect investors, particularly the young ones that are coming up, the youth, it is better for them to go to the commodities exchanges. SEC has impounded a Ponzi scheme that had about 17 billion in it because they were just collecting people's money. We know about 2 institutions that have disappeared completely with investors' money, running into billions and all that. So that is the difference. And lastly, before I drop, the day we launched our gold, that the Eco Gold Con on the Lagos Commodity and Futures Exchange, 3 days after, someone created an e-commerce platform saying that they were selling the same gold. And some people would have started thinking that they could buy from there. But the smart ones called the Security and Exchange Commission to find out, and they were told, no, if you're going to buy, you buy through a structured commodities exchange. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the SEC, who is the primary regulator for commodity exchanges in Nigeria. They've been doing a yeoman's job in providing this clarity that you have just given, because it's easy for such e-commerce institutions to transmute to Ponzi schemes. While I do know that there are some that are genuine, general e-commerce spaces, but they are not commodity exchanges, because commodity exchanges are not just regulated, they are also guided by rules, and those rules are followed methodically. Thank you very much for that. Benga, I wanted to pick your brain for the purpose of this panel. You're a man on the field. That's one of the things I know about you. Beyond just being a banker, you like going to the field. Today, as we speak, our grain requirement in Nigeria is just slightly above 14 million metric tons, grain requirement. Our storage for that grain requirement is just about 1.4, 1.5 million metric tons storage infrastructure. How do you think that the exchange can play a role in addressing this storage shortfall, seeing that storage infrastructure is critical as one of the critical elements in terms of infrastructure, especially for the agro space in the commodity exchange business? What do you think the exchange can do to support storage infrastructure?
Okay. In my opinion, I think storage is central to the success of the commodity exchange. In short, storage is everything, because without storage, you can't guarantee delivery. And if you are a commodity exchange, if you cannot guarantee delivery, you just need to surrender your license. The way it works is this. You said I'm a man of the field. I just came back from a tour of Northwest. We went to Kano, we went to Jigawa. We passed through Gaya. We saw an empty warehouse, 25,000 metric tons. We're discussing with them, we've onboarded them. We went to Achinji, that's another local government, Balere. Then we get to Megatari in Jigawa, that's the border between Jigawa and Niger, right? If you move too close to the border, even your network will change to Vodafone. But what we're saying in essence is, we don't need to create something new. There are a couple of empty silos all over the country. And what we're doing in Sterling Bank is to engage those owners, to bring them on board, and they really want to do business. But information is power, which is why we are having this kind of conference to reach out to the world that for us in Sterling Bank, we are ready for business, and this is what we know how to do best. I mentioned the fact that we've onboarded about 150 warehouse operators. It cut across states like Taraba, Zamfara, Sokoto, Kano, and Jigawa. And the whole idea is to replicate that across the country. What led to that was the MOU we signed with All Farmers Association of Nigeria and one of the commodity exchanges, which is Prime Commodity Exchange. The thought process around it is, okay, if we are smallholder farmers, or if we are an aggregator, there must be a warehouse closest to you. Just take your produce to that dedicated warehouse. We will second our collateral managers to that warehouse. And once it gets there, we do what is called quality check. Because before doing that, we sat down with the multinationals, the processors, the people that need these commodities. We work out the numbers. Okay, you are into grain processors, you will be needing 50,000 metric tons of soya beans for your poultry business. You will be needing 70,000 metric tons of soya beans for this. You will be needing sorghum for this. You will be needing maize for this. So we've gotten long-term offtake contracts from those guys. So what is coming to the warehouse is already sold. What will come to the, so it's not a speculation business. At this time, I will need to clarify my status. You know, you mentioned Sterling Alternative Finance. What that speaks to is Sterling Bank, as we speak, is a group. We have the conventional bank, which is Sterling Bank, PLC. We equally have the alternative bank. It's going to be launched very soon. We've gotten all the regulatory approvals. That speaks to the non-interest bank. That's the non-interest banking arm of Sterling. So if you are a customer, you have the benefit of both worlds, the conventional bank and the alternative bank. In the alternative bank, we are big in commodities because that's the bread and butter to us. So we have all our contract, the Mudaraba, the Musharaka. That speaks to partnership, it speaks to equity participation, it speaks to profit sharing. So what that does is, if you are a smallholder farmer, back to your question, you bring your produce to that dedicated warehouse. We unlock financing, and without the storage, because you now have different layers of warehouses. There are some that can take maybe 500 tons. They are right in the middle of the village. There will be one that speaks to maybe 30,000 capacity, probably in the city center. So you can aggregate. The first level of aggregation will be to the nearest warehouse to you. Then the second one will be to those big ones. Then from there, those are linked to the commodity exchange. So when they get there, you know what is there. The big boys can put up their contract. Everybody has a line of sight into what is where, and it's very, you can run with it. So storage is key, but we have a lot of them. I do, and what we've done is we are activating that ecosystem. There's one in Ikene, it's possibly Haidu. There's one in Odarod in Ondo State, it's also Haidu. There's one in Ekiti, it's equally Haidu. There are a couple of them in Kaduna, Kano. We've reached out to them, which is why we can get up to 150 warehouses within 2 months. Thank you.
Fantastic. It's interesting to see how by virtue of the level of work that you do, and I've also observed that in the space, the statistics shows that there are no enough storage infrastructure, but they are there, and some of them are not being used. And part of what I think the industry needs to begin to look at is how to engage private sector to, number one, get involved in storage investments, and number two, to begin to think about how to maximize the existing storage infrastructure, because I do agree with you that there are storage and warehouses around some of these areas that are idle and they are not being used. And as commodity exchanges, part of how we think when we look at those storage infrastructure is how do we onboard them? How do we onboard them? How do we encourage private sector to get involved in storage infrastructure and also onboard them? And also as a commodity exchange, if you also want to get involved in storage expansion, then you also want to do that. But I also believe that that's a room for investment, especially for those of you listening to us from around the world and looking for areas in terms of investment, private sector investment. I think storage is an area where you need to think about either dry storage or wet storage. It's an area that I think needs to be thought through. Ayode,
for our activities going forward.
Wow.
So,
okay.
so
I think that's kudos to Sterling Bank.
If I will meet MD or management of Sterling Bank, it will be my first time of today. So it's easy to access Sterling Bank. It's easy to access their loan, and I think they are more transparent. Maybe with Sterling Alternate Finance, that's where my experience is. I don't have experience with conventional. Okay. Problem faced by exporters. When you talk of export, you are talking about taking goods to the port. We have been given impression that there is no more congestion, but I will explain what government did, and it's more or less like a deceit. If you are going to the port, you cannot go to the port directly. You have to go and spend 5 days at MOB, and you spend another 2-3 days in another.
We might not call it deceit, but let's just assume that
Thank you very much.
It's expected to be so, but it's not so.
So yes. we face port congestion, and what we do presently is to take our container to lighter terminals, like Ikorodu lighter terminal and other lighter terminals. Yeah. So it will be very interesting to say that the cost of taking a container from Ikorodu to Apapa port is higher than the cost of taking a container from Apapa port to Europe. So, wow. So that we should understand what that challenges means. So port situation is number one challenges we are facing. A lot of exporters talk about finance, but I can tell you that with credibility, we borrow more than 10 billion naira as a company, and in the last 30 years, we did not owe any bank. So with credibility, Agri-finance has been improved and is well available in Nigeria from my experience. The area I will like us to look at is value addition.
Okay.
You cannot continue to export everything raw. We have our experience in oil. When you export our crude oil, and we need to import refined petrol. We know where it lands us. For cocoa, when you export a metric ton of cocoa, raw cocoa beans, you have a value of $2,000. But when you export, but the value from that particular metric ton of cocoa is about $10,000 when you talk about the chocolate industry. So it means we are losing 80% of the value. We are exporting our employment. We are exporting our wealth, and it means farmers are paying peanut. And when you look at the ladder, when you look at the value chain, farmers are getting the least compared to their effort and their labor. 80% of the work you will do on cocoa as an agricultural product, like any other product, is done at the origin. So when you do the 80% of the work, of the labor, of the cost, you are being rewarded with 20% of the total value. So it means we should place more emphasis on value addition. And with this RT 200 rebate, as a company, plantation industry will receive close to $1 billion on our dollar repatriation. We repatriate a lot of dollars. We do up to $100 million in a year. And if that continues, we know what that means. And I hope the 70% of it is coming to Stanley Bank. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I just want to use this opportunity to thank the Central Bank of Nigeria for the RT 200 program. I mean, here's a living testament acknowledging the rebates. The rebates program is part of the elements of the RT 200. And for us, those are signs and indication in terms of the level of commitment of the central bank to supporting non-oil exports. And I'm happy that he's been able to acknowledge that he's benefited from the program. Ali, there's something that you mentioned in your presentation. You used the word co-opetition. I don't know if I got that right, but you clarify that. My understanding is you feel that we could benefit more if we collaborate. Now, it's important possibly to throw more light on that. And why I'm saying so is, today in Nigeria, we have less than 10 commodity exchanges. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million. In terms of substance, the commodity market is in trillions. No commodity exchange can run that on their balance sheet, none. So it would be nice to have a better understanding what your thinking is around that, I believe, collaboration that Benga called it, but you called it co-opetition. I think you might clarify that. But give us a better understanding how it is, how you see that playing out, and what are the opportunities for commodity exchanges in that space to come together and see how we can make the pie bigger, as it were.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that you used collaboration and then used co-opetition. Both are very correct. You see, it is not coincidental that Nigeria is referred to as the giant of Africa. We are actually the giants of Africa. You know, there are some things that if Nigeria stops consuming, the global community will catch a cold. Yeah, from rice to premium PMS to diesel to tomato paste. So you will understand that it's a very large economy. Now, when you talk about 200 million people, and you talk about the volume of things that we consume and we're supposed to produce, you will realize that no single ecosystem, no single institution can handle that on their own. Now, Mr. Yadi had mentioned something earlier. Benga had mentioned the same thing earlier. You have, Mr. Yadi recommended that maybe the exchanges should be fixed to geopolitical zones, geo-zones, because you can't be everywhere all at the same time there. Then Benga has mentioned the same thing about the issue of warehouses. There are some warehouses in Kano that are totally unused. Now, you, NCX, as an entity, you have access to national silos, big silos. You have national access to warehouses in Nigeria. Why should I start investing another 310 billion, building another silos, when I can use your spare capacity at a particular time to grow what I want to grow? That is the space where competition comes in. Then you are in Abuja. I'm in Lagos. Lagos is the financial capital of Nigeria. Access to capital on its own and investors. I can work on the demand side of it. Why should I bother myself taking care of the supply side? And I don't want to make Benga feel too big or too happy. If not, I will have mentioned something, but I will still mention one. We're going to go into paddy aggregation very soon in large quantity for an entity. The volume that has been asked for as an exchange, I can't aggregate it alone. I have to speak to the other exchanges for us to be able to aggregate, to be able to feed that particular meal. You know, so the competition space is there, and the collaboration is there, capital mobilization is there, capital raising is there, infrastructure that's required is there. We don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. And the good thing about the new generation, which everybody is working on, is that technology now makes everything easier. All we need is a handshake, you know, an API for us to be able to work together. So those are some of the few things, from infrastructure on one side, to access to finance, to access to produce on the other side, and the reach to the various geopolitical locations in Nigeria. I don't have to go all the way to Dawano and all that. Seeing you there, and I'm doing the same thing, when we can compete, share revenues together, and build a bigger pie, so for us to share, instead of working in small silos all over the place.
Well, thank you very much. As we begin to wind down, because I'm going to take last thoughts from everybody, what I hear, it's the very important role the commodity exchange plays, and the roles it can also play. I mean, that's from Ayoade's position, what he would expect us to be doing. As a player in the space, as representing a commodity exchange, which is actually the premier commodity exchange, what we see happening in the market in the not too distant future is participation within the ecosystem, participation within the commodity exchange ecosystem. We feel strongly that unless we get more people active in the commodity exchange ecosystem, the commodity exchange is going to struggle. So part of our message on this panel, before I take the last thoughts, part of our message on this panel is the need for people to participate in the commodity exchange. And I'm hoping maybe Ale or Benga can speak to the fact that we can have players, not just the supply side or the demand side, but an average investor who wants to be a part of a commodity ecosystem. He wants to be a part of a commodity exchange. How can he be a part of it? The Nigerian Commodity Exchange is being positioned to accommodate as many players in the ecosystem as possible. We're fully aware that Nigeria sits on a gold mine when you talk about agro, and it's still at the potential level. Like I was discussing with Benga bilaterally, I said we've not scratched the surface, and that's the honest truth. And there are people listening to us today and saying, listen, I want to participate, I want to be involved. I want to be involved. One of the things I want you to take home with is that the doors of the commodity exchanges, whether it's NCX, whether it's LCFE, whether it's AFEX, whether it's Prime, and the rest of us are open to discuss. One of the key advantages for commodity exchanges is that we're solution providers and we're facilitators. And so if there's a problem in the Agric space, what we do is to help you think of solutions. Whether it's financing, whether it's access to market, whether it's logistics, whether it's storage infrastructure, whether it's standards, whether it's export opportunity, whether it's transparency, whether it's price discovery, we are there to help you. So I want this session not just to be about what the commodity exchange does, but a final charge to those watching us and trying to ask themselves, how do I benefit from the commodity exchange? I will advise you come to us and speak to us. What are your challenges? How can we help? Are you a demand side player? Are you a supply side player? Like I was speaking with Ayoade earlier on, and he was telling me the numbers he's doing and the numbers he would love to do. And we see that the commodity exchange can play a very huge role in that. As we close, I would like to take final thoughts. This, for me, has been a very, very interesting session, and I really appreciate Sterling for putting this together. Your final thoughts in 1 minute, and I'll start from Ayoade. And it could be a charge for the commodity exchange. It could be your hopes about the commodity exchange. It could be something you want the many thousands watching us from all over the world to know about Nigeria. What are your last words, especially for this panel?
Thank you very much. We all know that when it comes to agricultural products, Nigeria is known for contract default and quality issues. With commodity exchange, I'm very sure that it will improve the image of the country. Foreign off-takers knows the agricultural value chain, or to maximize our potential is commodity exchange.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ayode. Gbenga, when I hear you speak and I hear what you do at Sterling Bank, it has all the trappings of a commodity exchange. I'm almost saying that you are taking the business of commodity exchanges, you know. But with your 1 minute, provide us a clear understanding how you think that Sterling can work with the commodity exchanges clearly, so that everybody lives here and understands what Sterling is bringing to the table to support commodity exchanges, knowing that commodity exchanges are going to be critical for engineering this $1 trillion agricultural economy, as the theme of the summit is. How do you think that with your core abilities and capabilities, you can work with commodity exchanges?
Thank you, Chairman. I think as the organizer of this conference, I will exert my influence. I won't take 1 minute, I will take 2 minutes. Let me take us back to Economics 101 and talk about factors of production.
Yeah.
We talk about capital, we talk about labor, we talk about entrepreneurship, and we talk about land.
Yeah.
For us to talk about a $1 trillion agric economy, it speaks to how to innovate across those 4 factors of production. So when we talk about capital, the discussion should be on access. If we're talking about labor, the discussion should be on productivity. If we're talking about entrepreneurship, it should speak to innovation. And if we're talking to land, it should speak to yield and access. The way those things will work, capital is central to all this, and which is why we are providing liquidity to support this enterprise called commodity exchange. And the good thing is this: the political manifestos that we've seen, both the 2 we've seen, speak around commodity exchange. So that conversation is now ongoing. You mentioned the fact that the conversation on commodity exchange is an idea whose time has come. So for us in Sterling Bank, and I mentioned also Alternative Bank because we now have 2 in 1, it speaks to an idea that we've nurtured. We have a platform called Sabex, as I mentioned, that is driving this conversation. So what you'll be seeing from our side is the ability of our platform to plug into Nigerian commodity exchange, so that when you have your warehouses, once we exchange API, we see what is available to you, we plug in, and we provide facility for the farmers that have deposited stock. Using our Sabex, we plug into Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange. We plug into Prime Commodity Exchange. We also work with others. What you see us do is not that we are an exchange, but for every commodity exchange to work, you need a market maker. We spend time with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. You know, they acquire Sabex following the collapse of Appetite. And there are 4 major banks. Those are the market maker in the country. So when you should have a financial institution that should be able to provide a 2-way quote, so that when the market is down, someone needs to buy. When the market is overheated, somebody needs to intervene and supply. So that's the role we're going to play in this. You talk about people coming to issue, it could be a Agric bond. For example, we talk about land as one of the factors of production. Yeah. You need to deploy mechanization services. Yeah. If you want to issue a Agric bond, you need to issue maybe a bond to take care of mechanization. Maybe you want to invest in tractors, you want to invest in combine harvester. If you come to an exchange to issue that bond, you need a bank to be the receiving bank. That's one of the roles we are willing, ready, able to play. For the youngsters, the Gen Z in our midst, most of them don't want to farm, but they want to play in this awesome story we are painting. So for us, once the commodity is in the warehouse, we have the ability to tokenize. So instead of going into crypto that is probably not backed by anything, if you invest in, if you issue token that you know in Dawanu, there's a warehouse down the line, a warehouse in Ikene, warehouse in Cross River Kampa, warehouse in Akwa Ibom, that there is a commodity there and they've issued a token riding on the back of a physical asset, they can invest in it sitting in the comfort of their home. So the vision we have for this market is big. We are not competing, rather we are galvanizing the market. You need somebody to crank the machine. Without that, he said the fact that you've been talking for 10 years. We are done talking. It's time for action.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If there's anything I know about Benga, is an action man, so I'm sure. Ali, in terms of your closing thoughts, there's a sticky issue around warehouse receipts and the issue around the legal backing and the needed so that it can be recognized as an instrument. Somehow, I think Sterling had found a way around it. But for the purpose of the audience watching us, it would be nice to hear your thoughts, and maybe that will be part of your closing thoughts in terms of how we can begin to collaboratively begin to see how we can work around the issue around warehouse receipts, because it's on the back of the warehouse receipts that liquidity can be unlocked. I'm so happy with what Sterling is doing, but it will be interesting to hear your thoughts, especially as a player, on how we can address that and possibly as a group engage the relevant...
Basic for Nigeria, whereby the warehouse receipts were not really put into play. But now at the Uyo Summit, which happened about 5 weeks ago, they have looked at that particular regulatory framework. Now the warehouse receipts have been inputted properly into the legal framework, and hoping that before the end of the year, I think it's gone through the second reading, it's passed into the law before this regime is over. When that is done, like you had mentioned earlier, and Bing had mentioned, on the issue of off-take and all that, it will make it easier for warehouse receipts owners to present it to a bank and say that this is my collateral. I want to use it to collect money. And it's in process. And I'm very happy that the regulators, the commission has been at the forefront of doing this. And also they've, for now, been given the backing that go ahead with the rules, with the laws and the power that's been given to us by IFC. We're still backing you up on warehouse and receipts management. And I'm happy that Benga also mentioned the issue of the collateral managers also.
We've had an exhaustive discussion, and the interesting thing about commodity exchanges is you can discuss all day. I really want to appreciate the panelists. I just want to give my closing thoughts around how I see post this conference, post this summit, what we expect to see. Like I told Ali bilaterally, I said after this conference I expect a lot of phone calls to the exchanges on what you have to offer. But what is most important is for us to acknowledge the fact that, like I said earlier, the exchange is an idea whose time has come. It is capital meeting with player, meeting with the exchange, and I think it's a perfect trinity. It's important that we embrace it and we be part of it. Where we are today, as we speak, 99% of commodity trading is in an unstructured market. The commodity exchange provides a structured market for people to play in. And it's important that we get as many people as possible. And so, sounding like an advocate, I would want to use this opportunity as my own closing thoughts to advocate for as many players as possible to be a part of the commodity exchanges. I wouldn't want to advertise because I'm the moderator for the panel, but like I said, the NCX is a premier commodity exchange, and in the last few years, we've been undergoing a repositioning exercise, and that's why we're excited with summits like this. I want to specifically appreciate the leadership of Sterling Bank. You have been outstanding. This has been consistently done, and every year it keeps getting better. I really want to thank you for ensuring that this is kept. I'm told that this is the first time the commodity exchange topic is being brought into the summit. I really want to extend my sincere appreciation. I hope we'll be seeing more of the commodity exchange discussion in subsequent summit, but I want to say that you have taken a leadership role in discussing issues around agriculture. My joy will be that, like every seed that does not germinate on the same day, very soon you will see the harvest of the investments you are making in this summit. And for those of you watching us from all over the world, Nigeria is the place to be. Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa, and Nigeria is ready for business. And I can assure you that those of us sitting here and all the various panels you've listened to are players in the Nigerian space. Despite the challenges we're facing and the challenges we face in doing business, we still feel that here is the place to do business. And with partners like Sterling Bank, I'm excited and I'm assured that we'll get it right. I want to thank you very much for listening, and I want to thank everybody within the studio who has been patiently listening to us. I'm hoping that the next time we will see, we'll have success stories to share as part of the summit. And on that note, I want to thank everybody, and I want to hand over for the closing session. Thank you very much.
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I'll always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you, day or night, you know it's true. Come what may, my baby, I've got my eyes on you, every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on you.
My name is Prince Ugochukwu. I'm into livestock farming. The Sway Agfin has really helped Bedet farm in a lot of ways. Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 or more. It's a very good opportunity for me. I'm really grateful that I have to key into this opportunity. You don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agfin. So this is a great opportunity for you. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, your dream can get better with Sway Agfin.
Okay.
My solar breed inverter is a 1.5 kV.
Right. Right. To the top of the conversation from bottom up, and that's when competitive businesses come together to cooperate and collaborate for better results, cooperation. If there's any word you should walk away with today from this event, it should be that word, cooperation. And of course, let me leave you with this. Need to get more access to land. Labor needs to be more productive, and then also get more access to capital. Entrepreneurs need to innovate better so that our land can yield more abundantly. So now, good time to, I must say a big thank you to you for being part of this event. I'm sure you've been richly equipped for better results in the Agric space. And now a good time to invite the MD of Sterling, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, for a word of thanks. And of course, to tell us what to expect from Sterling in the coming years in the Agric space with what the bank has already done for the sector in Nigeria and in Africa. A big thank you to Sterling Bank. Make welcome the MD of Sterling, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. You're welcome, sir.
Good evening. Is it evening yet, or good afternoon? Good afternoon. Good. I think the microphone is good. Thank you very much for those of you who are still left. I know what it's like at this time of the day. You've heard all the experts. The rest of us are just going to come here and make speeches, so I can understand if you're in a hurry to leave. I also know that we have all suffered an excessive inflation of conferences and summits. Since the COVID, there's almost no week that passes by where there isn't one conference or a summit. And we predated that. We started this journey about 6 years ago. And when we started it, of course, at that time it was a physical event, but we were also clear in our mind that we didn't want to be a talk shop. So we have been changing the focus of this conversation to move away from identifying problems to proposing solutions, but now to actually bringing stakeholders together so that we solve problems, we close transactions, we effectively start to move the conversation forward on the field. The question is, why did we start this? It became clear to us when we decided to focus on agricultural finance that there was a significant gap in understanding. So every time you meet a stakeholder, they have a different sense of what the problem is. You talk to the regulators, they have their sense of what the issues are. You go to government agencies. And so it was clear to us that if we didn't bring all the stakeholders together to harmonize the views and come to an understanding, we would effectively be stabbing in the dark, and there's no chance that we'll move it forward. That was the primary reason we started the conversation. I still remember the first time we met to discuss it was in a little hotel somewhere in Lekki Phase 1. At that time, it was just an idea. So I want to thank every single person here and those who have left who have made this a reality, starting with the former head of Agri-Finance, Bukola, who many of you remember, but ending with what I believe are the two most competent people in Agri-Finance in Nigeria who happen to be in this room today. So Shola and Benga, I am proud to say that Sterling Bank is the only bank that has two incredibly senior and competent people leading Agri-Finance. It speaks to our commitment. As we move on, we try to reflect on what we've accomplished. The first thing that comes to mind, and I believe this is a record, we have probably close to 10,000 people. We may actually cross the 10,000 mark. 10,000 people who are actively participating in this program today as we speak across the world. This is a record. We don't yet know how many countries, but I believe that this would also cross the last record where over people from 40 different countries participated. As the data become available, we'll be able to share with all of you. But let me start from a perspective of what gives us the right to host a conversation about transforming agriculture. Well, the first one is, aside the Bank of Agriculture, I don't think there is any other financial institution in Nigeria that has committed more of its time and resources to agri-financing as Sterling Bank. Where many people are still struggling to get to 5% of their loan book in agriculture, I remember one day when one of my colleagues walked up to me to say that they are on the verge of getting to 15% and they would like me to increase. So Sterling Bank today is actually closer to 15% of its loan book in agriculture, far more than any other financial institution in Nigeria. In fact, over the last 24 months, we have doubled to over 100 billion. We have doubled the amount of lending we have in agriculture. I think it gives us the right to stand here and hopefully anchor a conversation that will lead to transformation in the agri space. As we move on, I also want to talk about other things we've done along the way. About 2 years ago, we decided that beyond the conversation, we wanted to have a deal room. And the intention of the deal room is to ensure that at the end of every summit, there are actual transactions that are closed, that are inked, that are signed off, so that it's not just another conversation with no outcome. And I'm glad to say that from that deal room, a lot of deals have been closed, and since then, more transactions have been closed every day, arising from the fact that this is now a summit that is intended to lead to outcomes rather than just to negotiations and conversations. And of course, it was about 4 years ago that the summit identified the need to have a platform that will bring stakeholders together. That led to the birth of SABEX, which has been spoken about extensively. The intention of SABEX is to deliver a platform that allows stakeholders to have transactions in a safe space. In other words, as a financial institution, the one thing we can do is to help de-risk transactions. And that's what it does. It means that any stakeholder you see there has been verified, is someone who we have done KYC on, is someone that we can speak for. But most importantly, when there is a transaction on that platform, you know that payment is assured. In a way, we've been playing the role of a financial institution by de-risking the Agric value chain and de-risking the Agric transaction space. And that is what we're going to continue to do. But again, I talked about how many summits and conferences we have. This one has to be an exception. And the reason why the Agri Summit Africa needs to be an exception is that irrespective of what we tell ourselves about globalization, across the world, the unspoken and unwritten national policy of countries now is to be food self-sufficient. In other words, irrespective of what happened with globalization, any country that has the resources to be able to feed its people will do that, will insist on doing that, even when the economics doesn't make sense. Because the consequences of being at the mercy of global trade became glaring during COVID, when countries started to hoard food and pharmaceutical products at the expense of those who relied on global trade for such. So this conversation about food security in Africa is one That is one summit that we will continue to fund and sponsor because it's an existential question that we want to answer. But most importantly, because it is actually a competitive space for us as a country. So it's not just about food security. It's about leveraging on our own competitive advantage. So what are we going to do going forward? Because I can't speak about the technical conversation better than those who already have. But I can speak about what I see as the future for Agric Summit Africa and what you individually and collectively can do. First and foremost, I want to thank our partners. This is not a Sterling Bank play anymore. It might have been when it started. But in this particular instance, we had financial support, significant financial support from 8 partners. And it's my duty to mention all of them by name. Leadway Assurance, I want to thank you very much for your support. Rabobank, I want to thank you very much for your support, not just for this summit, but for everything you've done for agriculture in Nigeria. Girawa Group of Companies, I want to thank you very much for demonstrating that local companies, local agro-industries can actually scale beyond what we've seen from foreign. Nestle, again, let me thank you very much for lending us not just your money, but your brand. GIZ, yet a partner on so many fronts. The MasterCard Foundation. I don't know where to start from, but the MasterCard Foundation has been a partner, not just to the Agricultural Summit Africa, but to Sterling Bank and to thousands of beneficiaries in the Nigerian agricultural space. MasterCard Nigeria, thank you very much. And to Stairs Data, thank you. Now, to set out the journey for 2023 and beyond, I want to set out the journey for 2023 and beyond. What we want to do with this platform, having invested in it, is to democratize it. We want this platform to belong to every single person who is a significant stakeholder in the agri value chain. In other words, it can no longer be about Sterling. The conversation must go on whether we are in the room or not. And how is this going to happen? We intend to donate all of the artifacts and the value we've created and the brand. And we're going to invite everyone across the entire value chain to come in and subscribe and become a co-owner of the Agric Summit Africa. And that means that you subscribe. We will subscribe. We will continue to be a gold sponsor for as long as we are here in this business. But I expect to see some of the commodities exchange bring out their significant wallet and start to write check. I expect to see some of our customers like Plantation Foundation, and I expect to see every individual who is interested in the agri space become a member, a paying member, so that this conversation moves from an annual event to more. Let me also say that beyond the Agric Summit Africa, which is an annual event, we have invested in building a platform. The sole purpose of this platform is to create a space where every single segment of the agri value chain can collaborate online in a safe space. In other words, it's not just on an annual basis that we'll be bringing you. The 10,000 people that have participated today, we need to be able to verify them, put them on the platform, and so when you want to interact with them, whether you are buying input from them or you are selling output to them or you're collaborating with them or you're asking for advice, you can say that these are people that I can trust because the financial institution has taken the pain to verify who they are. And finally, we have been spending a lot of time building a Oh, absolutely. I have been reminded. I don't know how I could have missed out one of our most valuable partner, Nortakafu. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Tribe Agric. Thank you very much. We are proud to be part of the Tribe Agric story. At some point, someday, hopefully they will mention us as one of their secret sauce. But I'm happy and proud to be part of their story. The last comment I was going to make, and like I said, I don't want this to be a prolonged speech, is that we've invested a lot of money in building the Nigerian Farmers Radio. And for those who have not heard about it, the reason we built the Nigerian Farmers Radio is that we realized that a young man with a smartphone on his hand has many, many, many more times the quantity and quality of information that the farmer in the village has access to. And some of this information are critical, like information about the weather. You know, when are we going to have a flood? When is it going to rain? Information about the quality of seedlings, information about market and access to market. So we thought if we could reduce that gap by democratizing the information that is available online and through research and make it available to the average farmer in the village, we could actually improve productivity. And so over the last 4 years, we've been investing in creating radio programs and transmitting it. And the last time I checked, we had crossed over 20 states where these programs are being received, and a couple of the neighboring states, I'm told, can also receive this program. This is a valuable national asset. But this is still early days. This is an asset that needs to become available to more people. And so at some point, we will be donating this asset, again, to an industry non-for-profit platform so that we can all co-invest in it and make information available to farmers so that our farmers can be as productive as the farmers we have in the other countries that we compare ourselves to. Because again, when it comes down to it, the lack of productivity is not just about input and financing, it's also about information. So one of the commitments we're making, we're going to commence the process, and we'll be inviting all of you to be part of the stakeholders in the ownership of the Nigerian Farmers Radio, so that again, it is bigger than Sterling. Nothing will please us more than for everything that we've done to be adopted by the industry, to be owned by the industry, to be sponsored by the industry, so that irrespective of who stands here tomorrow, whether the person is a lover of agriculture or not, the programs, the platforms, the assets, the intellectual property will continue to expand to the benefit of Nigerians at large. So finally, let me thank every single person who sat down in this room and across all the rooms across the world today to listen to these conversations. But more importantly, let me thank all of you who are going to take on the challenge that I've laid out to become a part owner of the Agric Summit Africa going forward. Thank you so much. Nice to have you. Reader?
What an exciting outing there. We must say a big thank you to you for being part of it. I congratulate you if you've been part of this the summit, ASA 2022, Agriculture Summit Africa, engineering the $1 trillion agriculture economy. But we cannot bring it to a close without saying a big thank you to our sponsors, Leadway, Thrive Agric, thank you. Sterling is saying thank you to you. GIZ, that's German Corporation. MasterCard Foundation, thank you. Nestle, No Takaful, thank you. 2Scale, thank you very much. No Takaful 2Scale, Microsoft, Girawa, thank you very much. Stairs Data, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sterling, thank you, thank you. And that's not in any particular order. We just wanted to let you know that we appreciate you, we celebrate you, and then thank you to you too, and celebrate yourself for being part of this event. And if there's anything you need to take away from here, is the fact that food security is national security, meaning also that food insecurity is national insecurity. So if you're part of food security, you're solving a national security problem. Thank you.
From every angle, from every view, forever my baby, I always have my eyes on you. From north to south, from the east to the west, you drive my heart, I always have my eyes on you. And yes, it's true, you remind me of a lovely picture, it's true, I can't deny. I've got my eyes on you. They're not to know it's true. Come with me, my baby. I've got my eyes on you. Every day, know it's true. I've got my eyes on
My name is Prince Ugochukwu. I'm into livestock farming. The Sway Agri has really helped Bedets farm in a lot of ways. Previously, I've tried to get a loan, get support from every other means, but I think I found this one very okay for me. It improves my bed capacity. Usually I was doing 2,000, 3,000, but due to the low interest, I've been able to do 8,000 and more. It's a very good opportunity for me. I'm really grateful that I have to key into this opportunity. But you don't really need to struggle to pay whatever interest you have with Sway Agri. So this is a great opportunity for you. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, your dream can get better with Sway Agri.
My solar breed inverter is a 1.5 kVA set. It comes with 5 panels on my roof and 2 good batteries. The fact that I have 24 hours light every day of the week is extremely amazing. I don't know what it means to be in darkness anymore. So in my house, I have 15 bulbs, I have 2 laptops, an external screen. I also use a TV set, an home theater, so it powers everything. It typically can last for 20 hours. Buying the solar hybrid inverter has reduced the amount of money that I spend on fuel. It has reduced the amount of noise pollution. I'm less dependent on generator and I'm very, very productive.